Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that organizations implementing RPA with UiPath in their SAP systems experience up to a 40% reduction in operational costs and a 30% boost in productivity? That's the power of automation. Let us dive deep into RPA using UiPath for SAP Automation and how it's transforming the way businesses operate. RPA stands for Robotic Process Automation, a technology designed to automate manual, repetitive tasks. When combined with SAP, UiPath helps businesses cut down on human errors, save time, and improve accuracy by automating tasks like data entry, invoice processing, and report generation. Studies show businesses using RPA in ERP systems like SAP reduce processing time by 75%, freeing employees to focus on high-value tasks. Plus, 89% of executives see RPA as key to digital transformation. In this video, we'll cover how UiPath integrates seamlessly with SAP and how you can implement it for faster, error-free business operations. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Selectors. 2. Email automation. 3. PDF automation. Let's dive in.
We have a topic of selectors. Okay, whenever you go to any automation industry or whenever you automate something, you have to deal with selectors. So this is the first thing you will interact whenever you have to automate a web application or your desktop application or your SAP or anything. Okay, so this is actual thing over here. So now today we're gonna discuss about what is selector first thing. The second thing is what a partial selector, full selector, and the last one we're gonna discuss about the dynamic selector. What are the dynamic selector? And to automate any specific element, okay, in the user interface, you are required to interact with the various window, button, drop-down list, and many other. Suppose. So if you have to interact with your any UI element, okay, then we need the robot need a UI selector for it. Means suppose if I go with this website, suppose I have a website over here, okay, and I will say that Acme, that will go with the Acme one. Suppose I'm dealing with this over here, okay, and I said, okay, fine, I want to log in into this website. Okay, I want to log in into this website, but to interact with this website, I need few details. As a human, I can see, and if I say that, okay, directly go and enter your email and password, you can directly go over here and enter email and password. But next day, suppose this thing goes to the right one over here. So this thing shifted to the right one. And also today also I want you to just enter the email and password. You can enter because you can see that, okay, you can observe that, okay, that input field is email, that input field is password, and now I can happily go over there and just you just enter over here. Like you say, okay, email, just password, and I'm very happy with that. I can go over here. But what happens when you don't have the eye and ear? So the robot, how a robot interact with your screen is that called selectors. Okay, so before understanding selector, you have to understand one thing which is called, okay, I just have to clear everything. So which is called UI element. So there's a thing called UI element over here. Okay, so UI element is nothing but whatever you can see on your screen. If you can see anything on your screen, that is a UI element which robot will interact basically. Okay, so if you open this website and open this one and you think that, okay, where is UI element over here? So this thing is a UI element, this thing is a UI element, everything on your screen is a UI element. Just give me a second. Okay, is it better a little bit? Yeah, I was on there, I guess, for 2 minutes. Okay, so for UiPath, everything on your screen, everything, even this home button, the switch to new theme, this login, this and everything is a UI element for your UiPath. So what happens basically, UiPath basically, suppose this is your UI screen. Okay, this is any browser, it can be anything, it can be a browser, okay, it can be a web app, sorry, not web app, or we can say that it can be a desktop application, can be a desktop application. Okay, so everything over here will have few properties. Everything will over here will have some properties. Like suppose property can be ID, can be CSS. Property can be the third thing, can be suppose you have name. So these all things, suppose if you go to this browser, I will say that to do one thing, inspect please. So if I click on this one, so it has its own properties over here. If you see email, okay, then right click, inspect, and you can see everything on your screen, has its properties. It has own properties. Okay. If I talk about this email button, email field, if I talk about the password, it has its own properties. Like it has its ID, it has its type, it has a class, it has name, required autocomplete, and these kind of 100, not 100, but 8 or 9 properties are there. So every element on your screen, the first thing is every element on your screen is basically a UI element. You call it UI element. Every entity on your screen is a UI element. Okay, according to which your robot interact with your screen. Now, how it interact basically? These are the properties. If I tell my robot, please enter password, or please enter your email where element has the ID. Element has the ID. Just give me a second. Element has the ID. Email, which has type email, class is form control, and name is email. So you will definitely, the robot will get to know, oh, I have to enter over here. If I say that, okay, please enter, this value where my element has ID password, type is also a password, class is form control, and name is password, then you will say, oh, I have to enter over here. So how my UiPath interact basically, it get the properties, and according to that, it check, okay, in this page, what is my property? What is the property of each element? And if I say that, okay, go to this element, which property is matching with this thing, then we'll definitely go to that element only. Okay, it depends on how it's going. And these properties are known as selectors. Okay, these properties are known as selectors. So let's start with the thing, we call it, oh, I have to save it somewhere else, otherwise selector, and so it'll be a little bit different from you guys. Okay, so let's create this one. Okay, so everything, the first thing is important, UI element. Everything on your screen you can see is a UI element. So UiPath interact with your UI element through your selectors, or you can say the properties. Okay, so whenever you will go over here, if I say that, okay, let's start with, and I will say that login into one. Okay, and I will create it. Okay, I have a file over here. Now you can create it. So when I go to login into Acme One, the first thing is, suppose I have to, what I need to do is, I need to type my email ID over here. Okay, I need to type my email ID over here. So what email ID can type? I just have to, how I will know that which I have to do? I just have to enter over here, type into. When I take the type into, I drag it over here. Now this type into is asking me, okay, you want to type, but where to type? So there is a thing called in UiPath called indicate. So you have to, when you click on the indicate on the screen, I reach the screen, okay, and I can type it over. I just have to hover it and click. The moment you click, it came back to the UI screen. Now in the UI screen, when you go to the properties of that, activity, over here there is a thing called target. Expand the target. In the target, you can see there is a thing called selector. So selector is nothing. If you open this one, just click on these three dots over here. So selector is nothing but the property of that element. So this is the property of that element, and this element will be the property according to hierarchy wise. Okay, it will be the according to the hierarchy wise. It will show you everything. Like it is an application of MS Edge, Microsoft Edge. Okay, and the title of the page the title of the page, which you can see over here, the title of the page. This is called title of the page. So the title of the page is Acme System1.login, means that /login. Okay. Now this is showing you that, okay, I have to enter where my tag is input type. That means your tag over here is input type of tag, and the type is email. Okay. So it automatically detected this one. Now, if you want to see that, okay, whether it is correct or not, there is a thing called highlight. You have to click on the highlight and you will say that, oh, I can go over here, and this is already there. Okay. Now you just have to enter what you want to enter in that field. Suppose I want to enter UiPath. I will say that, okay, fine, UiPath demo 77 @gmail.com. Suppose this is the ID which I'll use. Okay. So I can directly type the thing over here. Let's run this one and let's see how it is working. Go and type it over here. Now you can see it typing and typed. Okay. So this is the first thing that, okay, for this UiPath, everything on screen, it doesn't matter whether it's a Word document, whether it is a Excel document, whether it is document any of type. Okay. Any of type. It doesn't matter whether you have the Word document or whether you have a SAP document, whether you have Windows application, desktop application. Doesn't matter. Everything will have a selector. So everything over here which you can see has a selector, and you have to, this selector will let UiPath which one is that identity, which one is that entity, and according to that it will interact with it. Okay, so this is the first thing which selector is there. Now suppose I already entered into the website. So suppose I already entered into this website. I will say that, okay, UiPath demo 77 and login. Suppose I enter the website. Okay, just give me a second, guys. I need to check what is my password and username. Till then, if you have any question, you can just ask. You can go ahead with that.
Do the selectors depend upon the type of app or type of screen that you are actually interacting with?
Yes, it contains everything, every information about the, if you can see, this is called app. Selector also depends on the what kind of screen you are working. So it doesn't matter which screen it is, it will have the selector. Selector means the properties, basically attribute and the properties of that element. So it doesn't matter what kind of screen it is, but yes, selector varies. Every element has identity. It varies. According to that, it will have. Okay, it will have the attributes. Okay. Now, why this thing is coming a problem? Demo UiPath or path demo? Oh, it's demo UiPath. Okay, demo UiPath. Let's make it and demo UiPath. Let's see how it is working. Okay. Now I don't want to. Never. Refresh it. Okay, I'm on this page. Okay. Now the first thing you got it. Okay, fine. This is the thing. Suppose I want to click it. Then how I can click? I can just go to click activity and take a click activity. Again, indicate on screen. So you can just have to indicate on screen and you have to tell where you want to click. So you can see everything is a element for it. Now there is a case. One case is, suppose I'm on this page. I went to UiPath. I said indicate on screen, but I am on the wrong screen right now. Okay, I'm on the wrong screen. I have to go to Microsoft Edge. I don't want to be in this whiteboard. This is very different, right? I want to go to the Edge. So to go there, I have a shortcut key which will pause this indicator. I will click function 2, F2. So there is a timer over here. You can see there is a timer. And once the timer is done, again you have your window has the indicator. So you can't click anywhere. If you click over here, it will directly take the selector of it and make it like this. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to basically, you have to take the screen. So what you will do, click F2, function 2, and it will go till then you can just click. Now once you're back, once the timer is done, you can click anywhere. Okay, and suppose I'm clicking on logout button, I have to click on logout button. Okay, this is the first thing, which is selector. So selector is nothing but the property of the element, property of any UI element by which your UiPath interact with that element. That is called selectors. Okay, so selector is nothing but if suppose you have to, this is your ID. Okay, now this is your element. Now my UiPath want to interact with you. UiPath want to interact with you. So it will not interact with, definitely it will not interact like this. It will never go like this. It will go for these. And according to this, it will interact. For UiPath, it doesn't matter whether today this box or this button is here or here. It doesn't matter. Even this logout button will be on the bottom. UiPath will still click on it until and unless your selectors are same. That means until another property of that button is same. Okay, the property of that button is same, like its ID will be same. Okay, its name will be same. Its class will be same. So that till then, your UiPath doesn't matter for your UiPath where your logout button is. So this is the first thing. Okay, now second thing is, the second thing is how many selectors you have, how many types of selectors you have. Okay, now if you are able to understand what is selector, okay, so to automate specific action in the user interface, you are required to interact with the various windows, button, drop down list, or any other. Most RPA products do this by relying on the screen position of UI element, a method that is not at all gendered. So I can't say that, okay, click on the button which is on the left side. No, definitely not. To overcome this problem, UI Studio use what we call selector. They use selector. These stores the attribute of a graphic user interface element and its parent in the shape of XML fragments. So what do you mean by this? That, okay, it doesn't, if you see, these store the attribute of graphic of user interface and its parent. Okay, now if I see this logout button also, you will see it also create the parent. How I will see this as a parent? Okay, how I see this as a parent? This is first thing from the first hierarchy. We call it hierarchy. Okay, so if I have to define this logout button, so this logout button, how I will define this logout button? That, okay, suppose you have a logout button over here. Okay, now this logout button is not an independent button. It's not like, okay, this button is only there in page. No. Before that, you have a layer called the page, which is title. I will say this page is Acme 1. This is title of the page, right? This is layer. Above this, you have one more layer. Okay, this is above this one more layer. That is, we call it edge. So if you see the hierarchy, it's an edge browser. Okay. Inside the Edge browser, one tab is there that is called Acme 1, and inside the Acme 1, there's different elements are there in which there is a one element called logout. So the Edge browser and Acme 1 will act as a parent for this logout button. Okay, these will treat the logout. These will treat logout as their child. Okay, now Acme 1 is a child of Edge browser, but Acme 1 is a parent of logout. Don't we get confused? It's just like the layer above that element will be the parent one. So the selector is not about the only property of that element. It's not the only property of this element, but also if you see, it contains the title of the page, and also the above one, there is a layer called app. So that app you are Microsoft Edge.exe. Okay, so selector will contain selector Okay, it will highlight until unless I click this one. Okay, now you have to understand one thing, that your selector will contain selector will definitely contain one thing, parent. Okay, and the second thing, after this, below this, it will contain elements own attribute. Parent attribute, and then element its own attribute. Okay, so selector is a combination of the property of the parent element and also the element's own element's own attributes. Okay, so this is the selector basically. Now in selector, you have two different things. Okay, most of time selectors are automatically generated by Studio. Okay, so most of the time your selectors are already generated by UI Studio. You don't have to write it over here. You don't have to you don't have to go like this and you have to write, oh, you know what, let's make it like this. You don't have to write it over here. When you indicate, it automatically generated for you. When you indicate on screen, it automatically generated for you. You don't have to do anything. Like if I drag this one, I don't have to write, I'm sorry. Okay. When you drag it like this, okay, I don't have to write it over here. Either it's empty in the starting, I don't have to write it anywhere. What I have to do is I have to indicate on screen. Okay, now I am in the wrong screen. I want to go to that MSC browser. So shortcut I'm going to use is F2, function 2, and I will go over here. I have enough time. 3 seconds is more than enough. So I will click over here. Now, when I click over here and indicate that thing, it's automatically generated the properties for me. So now it's fine that we have created a selector. Okay, we are on the selector, we have created the selector, we are happy with whatever we have created. But sometimes what happens, your selectors are not stable. Might be, suppose this is what I have right now. Okay, so suppose I have a selector. Okay, I have a selector where my selector is like this button. Okay, and I'm saying that this is B1 button. Now, this is my page. And that is my browser. So, suppose I have a attribute of this thing. I have attribute. I said attribute 1 is something like, one attribute. Then I have attribute 2. And there is one third attribute called, I'm saying that this attribute is not, I am saying this attribute is position attribute. And I'm saying that the position is center. But if I say that next time the button's position can be on this side, then my selector will be not a valid selector. Will not be a valid selector because of this thing. Because of this thing, my selector will not be a valid selector. Because now when I shifted the button to this side, suppose I'm a website developer and I shifted the button to this side, now my new selector will be attribute 1, suppose ID, then a name will be the same, but the position will be left down. So the attribute of this selector has been changed. So I always try to make the attribute like this. So if I remove this attribute, if I remove this 2 attribute, then my other attributes are same. My other attributes are completely same. Right? So that means this is a stable selector. So unstable selector and stable selector are these two things. The unstable selector is like, okay, you have generated a selector, but if you change the position a little bit, if we change the position a little bit of that element, your attribute will fail. So we always create a stable selector in UiPath. We try to create a stable selector in UiPath. Okay. Now, suppose I am on this one, which is of logout button, but my parent ID is over here, which is I'm saying that I want to remove it. I don't want this property to be here or to be validated. So I want to remove this property and add another property. Another property means I don't want this one. I want other thing, like you have a property of that button a name, you have a property of that button password ID, you have property of tag. I want another property, one more property you want to add. So what you can do is you can directly click on open in UI Explorer, okay, which is over here also. So UI Explorer is nothing but a window which contain everything related to that element. It contains all the properties which you can get of that element. It contains all the hierarchy version of that page till that, that element from the starting, from the head. From the head, it contains all the hierarchy version of your element. Like this. Okay. It contains the properties which you already have right now. And it also contains the layer wise, you can say the layer wise additional selectors. The layer wise means this is the top layer. If you can see the first layer, that is a top layer, which is showing app, MSDZ and title and all. After that, you have this layer. After this layer. After this layer. These layers are nothing but the layer till where you can find your element. So if I talk about over here, the layer, the first layer will be this. The second layer will be this. The third layer will be this thing. And the fourth layer will be the button. So you have over here in the UiPath Explorer, you have two things main, which is, for you. That is the first thing is called selector items, like attributes. What attribute you can add more? Okay. If I say, okay, now I can add more attributes over here, or whether I can't. So another thing is called selector editor. You can add from where till where. This is complete hierarchy of your button from your starting of the page till your button. Okay. And once you are done with all the things, what you can do is the first thing you have to do is validate. Once you validate, it's showing, okay, fine. That means your selector is validated. Suppose I made some mistake over here. Okay. Suppose I made a mistake over here and this is your selector. Okay, parent ID or something ID you are not getting good. Now let's validate it. And its validation is in the red. That means whatever property you have took, that doesn't exist. There is no element on your page which will have parent like this and child will have the attribute logout, will have the attribute parent ID and will have the attribute tag. Okay, so this is invalid. Now to make validate, what you have to option is, you have two options. The first one is you take automatically repairing. That is repair option over here. You can just click on repair. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. F2. I will go to this page again. Log out. And I click on logout. So I click on logout and it replaces with star. I'll tell you later what is star basically. Okay. So this is the first thing. Second thing is, okay. Second thing over here is that, okay, instead of doing replace, suppose this thing is not there, suppose, okay. Now, instead of doing replace, what you can do is you can just play around with your attributes. I will say that, okay, just remove this one and insert something like this, or don't enter anything. Just validate again. It is nice. Let's see which highlighting. Yeah, it's highlighting. Perfect. So basically, I don't need that property. So I remove that property from my tag. From here, we have removed that one. from here. Okay, and then now these are the property which you can use. These are the enough properties which you can use. Once you are done with all the editing over here, what you can do is you can click on the save button. The moment you click on the save button, every changes will be happen over here from where we went to that UiPath Explorer. So every change will be done over here. The additional one property is removed. Now once you are okay with this, you can press OK, and your selector for this element has been changed. Okay, so this is the first step to edit your selectors. When you say that, okay, I don't want this property, I want to replace this property, or I just want to remove this property, or I want to add a new property, but I don't know which property it has which I can add. So you don't have to type anything over here. You have to go to open UiPath Explorer. It will take time a little bit, don't worry, it's another engine. So then over here you can add anything. If I add href, suppose I add inner text. So again I will do validate. Yep, it's green. That means this element exists. Okay, till now we saw that, okay, can we add another attribute? Yes, attribute is added. Okay, now if the attribute is added, now I will check whether it is validated, and I clicked on validate and I got green signal. That means this element exists. This element is there in your screen. Now you can check which element is there. Okay, now it's logout. Fine, good. So these are the selectors of logout. Good. Now what you can do is you can just press save, and once you place the save, this thing will be, see, this additional thing is added over here. Once this is added over here, you can directly press OK. And the moment you press OK, it's done. You have the selector. You have the perfect selector for it. Okay. So let's go to the next topic. Go to the next one. Okay. Now this is however some software given changing layout, attribute nodes, and violated values such as some UiPath Studio cannot predict these changes, and therefore you might have to manually generate some selector. So the sum selector we are generated, like we did that. We added, attributes. That means you are generating a new selector. That is when you tick mark the attribute, that is you are editing the selectors. Okay. Now let's come to the type of selector. So till now we have three kind of selectors. The first one is called full selector. The second one is called partial selector, and the third one is called dynamic selectors. Okay, first one is called partial selector, second one is full selector, and the third one is dynamic selector. Let me take you to the dynamic selector first, which is very important. Dynamic selector is like in your future, in your time, you're gonna definitely ask that what is dynamic selector. Okay, so now till now you know what is selector, so I'm gonna take you to dynamic selector. Let's see this one. Okay, now over here, let's remove this one, and let me take you to one thing that I will say that, okay, click. Okay, I'm saying that please click over here, and I will say that please click on, no, you don't have to click over here. Then F2, and I will go over here and I will say the logout button. Click karo. Now it will go logout. Fine, button is correct. Okay, everything is correct over here. Now if I click on logout now, not on logout, I will go to work item. Now still you have the logout button over here, but when you go over here and now it was done. Now I open it, it says invalid. I press OK. Go over here. I said go to home. Okay. Now I go to UiPath. It's valid. Highlight. Yes, it's highlighting. Okay. Don't close it now. Okay. Now what I will do? Go over here. Press all. And now invalid. Can anybody tell me why it is happening? Even though this button has logout, this page has a logout button. So even though that selector is not a valid on that page. Why?
Property of selector, it's only for the dashboard screen only, not the button.
Yes. Because the property of this one is changing. How I know this one? That okay, what I'll do, I will take a notepad and I will paste it over there. Suppose this is from the dashboard. Okay, this is from the dashboard. Now I'll indicate it. Oh, that I hate this thing. Now click on the log out button. Now this is the property. Control copy, and I'll paste it over here. Now the only change in these two buttons are, if you see, this thing is till now over here fine. This thing till now over here is correct. Similar, no change. The only change is changing is dashboard. Apart from that, the below line is completely same. That means by this thing, only because of this thing, my entire selector is getting invalid or valid. Even though button is only single, there is only one button, and that button is correct. No problem with that button. Even though that button is correct, even though everything is good, no problem with that. But the problem is, I have a problem over here that my selector is changing. My selector is changing with only one thing. And it doesn't matter. This thing doesn't matter because there is only one button. So it doesn't matter for that. Okay. Now in this scenario, you have a concept of called dynamic selector, where you will say that, okay, whatever parent class is, whatever the question is, the answer for that is, whatever parent class is, it should be a edge, and your title should contain this thing, Acme system 1, which is common value. After this, I'm saying that it can be anything. So I'm making a star over here. Star means at this place, it can have a 0 value, means no character or no number or no anything, or it can have 1,000 of any word over here. Star means star can be like, okay, it can be system.1 only, or it can be system like this. So you are saying that this star will replace everything. Now I am saying HTML पेज में जो टाइटल, जिसका टाइटल एक्मे सिस्टम 1, उसके बाद चाहे कुछ भी हो, एंड वो पेज का ए नेम लॉग आउट हो, एंड पेरेंट आईडी ये हो, एंड टैग ए हो, प्लीज टेल मी, क्लिक ऑन दैट. Now when I did that thing, okay, when I will do this thing over here and I press valid, showing me valid. Now if I highlight, good, no problem with that. Again, I will change the page, go to home page. Okay. Now I press highlight. Yeah, I can see the button. That means by this one, by the star mark, it replaces the value which is continuously changing. And it click on the button it click on the first button it can find which have these property, and just click on that. Okay, that is dynamic selector when there is a changing value and you can replace anything with that value. You want to say that, okay, it doesn't matter whether that value is there or not, but if it is not, it's good, and I can replace it with the star mark. That star will say that, okay, it can have any value. Okay. Okay. Now till now you saw the dynamic selector, one of the dynamic selector. Okay. Now if I say that, okay, I want to click on these buttons. So you have 3 buttons, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now I want to click on these buttons. So if you see, the property of all the buttons are almost same, just except logout. Logout will be like clicking that and you will log out from the window. So I'm saying that, okay, I will give you a variable. I'll say that control K, and I will say that button to click. So if button to click variable is there, and I will say that, okay, let's give it a first thing, let's give it a like this, and I will just give that, okay, in the variable button to click, I will say home. It should click on home. I will say switch to new theme. It should click on switch to new theme. I will say that, okay, click on, that value I will set log out, and it will click on log out. So to do that thing, what I will do, there is a trick, simple trick. There's a thing. You will go over here. You will indicate on any of the button. Okay. And I will go to the selector of that. Now, if you see, I'm on this one. Please look into the thing which is changing over here. So for this, for home, the button is this. Okay. Now, for again, go to this one, indicate on screen. I'm on the wrong screen, but yeah, fine. Switch to window. Now, for this button, for switch to new theme button, my A name is this. Apart from that, everything is same of these two. Even though if I go with the third one, log out, then you can see my logout will also have again F2, and you will see my logout will have also this button, and you will say that, oh, Control A, copy, and please go ahead with the logout. So now these three has the same structure. The only thing over which is changing is called A name. Okay, A name is changing over here. So if your A name is changing, and if I make this one that okay, H name changing. If I can make this variable, that then my selector will click on whoever element I will give, whoever button I will give. So let's do one thing. Let's create this one, how to create it. So what you have to do is, this selector is almost same. Don't worry, don't need to change anything. What you have to do, you have to just go over here, which is changing, and replace this thing with a variable inside 2 curly bracket. My variable name is button to click. Button to click. And I paste OK. I said OK. Now if I say home, so where it will click, just let's see, I'm not on home right now. Okay, so I will click over here, I'll go and I'll just say click. Yeah, it's clicking on home. Okay, now let's suppose I will say click on this one, switch to new theme. Okay, I'll change this variable value and I will say switch to new theme. Let's run it now. There you go. Click. It clicked on switch to new theme. If I say that, okay, click on log out, let's write log out over here. So how to write log out? This thing. How to write log out? Like this. Because everything is same. Because everything over here is same apart from this. So I can replace this thing with log out. Clicked on log out. And now you can see, just click on log out and done. So this is how your dynamic selector work basically. Okay. So this is your foundation to understand how it is working.
So something while in the file, if a browser is closed, will it do?
No, the browser need to be open. Then only it will click off. Yes. Otherwise, it will say invalid selector. To validate it, it should be there. Okay. Okay. Now, in the selector, you have let's make this login button possible. So how to do a web automation over here. Okay. So I will go over here and I will remove everything from here. Okay. Now let's do the web automation. Okay. So how to do a web automation? The first thing what you need to do is you need to first open the browser. So if I don't know anything about it, I will go over here and I will say that open the browser, and let's just write browser. And over here you can see open browser activities. You just have to drag it. The moment you drag it, okay, you have to give a URL over here. So in the browser, you have to choose two things which is important for you. That is called browser type. So I'm choosing browser, Edge browser, and that URL. But before giving anything to it, before giving any browser to it, please check whether you have the out UI extension or not. So how to do that thing? Go to home. Okay. Go to home. In the tools, you have these extensions. Okay. To automate Chrome, you need a Chrome extension. To automate Firefox, you need a Firefox. To automate Edge, you need a Edge extension. So click on that Edge extension. The moment you click on the Edge extension, it will say that, okay, if your Edge is open, then if you want to continue installing the Edge over Edge, please close all the Edge processing. So what I will do, I will click the Edge, say OK. The Edge extension you have successfully installed for current user. You need to enable the browser extension by navigating to Edge extension basically, and then restart the browser. So I will say OK. So you already have an Edge installed in your system. Now Edge extension is installed in your system. So what you have to do is you have to go to the Edge, go over here, go to your extension or any, okay, and over here you will see installed extension. This will be by default installed in your system. Means once you press the button that install Edge extension from here, when you press OK over here, okay, it will be installed. Okay, no problem. It will be installed in your Edge browser. What you have to do is you directly go over here and enable it. Just enable it and then close. Okay, because to interact with your browser, to interact with your any browser, your UiPath requires the driver for it. So these extensions are basically drivers, web drivers for you. Okay. Now in this browser, what you have to do is the first thing is you need to give the URL. So what I will do, I will take a multiple assign. Okay. Multiple assign over here, and the multiple assign, the first thing I'm going to take is as called URL. I will take a variable that is URL variable. Multiple assign is just like assign. Okay. But it has multiple options. Okay. To assign, like your assign is like this, only single. Your assign is single 111. But you don't have single assign. You don't want, because I need to save username and I need to save password also. So I will say that, okay, my username is acme1 dot something like that URL. So I don't remember the URL properly. So what I will do, I will save it like this, copy. Okay, this is my login URL and I will paste it over here. Okay, now I pasted over the URL. Now the second thing which I want to add is username and password. So suppose for that I will make it username over here. Okay, and my username will be demo UiPath or UiPath demo. Okay, demo UiPath. So my username will be my email ID, demo UiPath 77 @gmail.com. So this is your email ID. Now you want a password, so you can say that, okay, Control K, password, and you will give a password in little quotes. I will say that demo UiPath 77. Done. This is my 3 values assigned to the different kind of variables. Okay. Now I open the browser. I said open browser, and I'm saying that please open the browser of type Edge. And the second thing which it will ask me, that will say that please provide me the URL. So I'm providing the URL from your URL variable from here. Okay. So this is till now I have over here. I went over here. Okay. And I'm running it with the URL. I will close it now. Now I can run it. Okay. and it opened the URL. Okay. Now the problem is every time whenever I'm opening the browser, I have to open it and close it and then run it. To do like this. So it's open now. I have to do like this. So I want it to close the Edge browser for me, or Chrome browser for me. So what I want right now is I will say kill browser or kill process. That is called kill process. What it does exactly is kill process will take a name of the process. I will say that, okay, go Edge. I'll give the Edge right now. I don't know whether it will Edge or it is Microsoft MS Edge, something like that. I give the Edge. So the kill process will take a name from you and kill the process from task manager. It directly kill the process from the task manager. It doesn't see whether it should be killed, it should close it or something. No, it doesn't close it. Completely kill it from the task manager. So it will kill and then I don't have to worry about it. Now I can see this is over here. Now if I run this bot, it close and open. Okay, so it closed and it didn't close. So I have to check what is the extension, what is the name for Edge, whether it is MS Edge or it is Edge. So you have to give the process name. Suppose you have a Chrome over here. We use Chrome mostly. So we suppose you have a Chrome or you have Explorer, Internet Explorer. Okay. So this is Internet Explorer, and if you give a name of Explore over here, I explore over here. So if I run this one, you will see this Explore is closed. Okay, just let me run this one. Let's run this one. So the Explore is closed and it opened the browser. Now you can't see any Explore over here because it is closed. So we need to check what is the name for this this Edge browser, but it will be closed like this. Okay, so I can say MS Explorer. I can give it a MS Explorer, I guess. MS Edge, not MS Explorer. MS Edge. I will give a MS Edge. Okay. Now there are two things are done. You have killed the process, then you have opening the browser. Now the second thing is when you have to log in into, you have to type your email ID, you have to type your password, and then you have to click on login button. But before that, there are two things. Now suppose I'm typing. Okay, I have to type into my email ID. So when I will type my email ID over here, there's a first thing, there's a second thing, email ID, and then I have to do is click. So that means user and password and click. Okay, now let's see password. Click, sorry. I'll take a click and click will click on the password. No, sorry, login button. So I will indicate it. No problem. I will indicate this also. Password, no problem. I will indicate it over here, which is login button. Now you clicked on the password, login, and blah blah blah, these kind of things. Okay. Now this is username. This is password. Okay, and you have to click over here. Okay. Now the first thing which I want you to understand over here is this is your email ID basically. Okay. Now if you see the selector, you have the selector like this. Suppose there is any change in, you have to remove this login one over here because of some changes. There is a change in parent ID. There is a change in parent IDs. Then you have to make change 3 times. First in this email field, second in the password field, and the third one which you have to make is in login one, because everybody has the same over here. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it 3 times. I want to do like, okay, suppose one time I did it and it should be reflected in all these 3, which is related to this page, the element which are related to this page. Over here, if I have to make change to this page, suppose the title of the page has been changed. So I can't, because what I have to do is I have to make changes over here. I have to make like this. Okay, I have to make like this, and then validate, then highlight, then fine. Okay, it's good, no problem with that. Okay, now go to the next one. Then again, selector, go over here, put it like star, validate, highlight, and press again. Okay. The third, go over here, click over here, put it like this, star, validate, and okay. It doesn't, suit. I don't want to do it like this. I really don't want to do it like this. Okay. So in this case, what you can do is, because every time you have to change that one. So if all the elements are on that page, if suppose you have to enter, then you have to enter over here, then you have to click over here, because this is all one page. So what you can do is, there's a concept comes container or called partial selector. These are full selectors. Okay. Now, what is partial selector? So partial selector is nothing, but I'm saying that, okay, I'm saying over here that all the element on this page, okay, suppose I have a page over here. Suppose you have a page and you have buttons over here. Oh my God, what the button is this? This is one button. This is two button. This is third button. Okay. And this is page basically. Now, if I want the selector, it should be like, okay, there will be a common selector and the selector which are differentiating, which will be like this. For third, there uncommon selector will be like this. So it should be like this. Okay. So when I want to make changes on 1, 2, 3 selector, I will make change. First, I will make change in the common one. Okay, change common. First common in the common selector, I will make the change with that. So for this case, what I have to do is I will drag the thing called attach. I will write attach, and I will attach the browser where I want to do any task. So I will indicate on the screen and I will say F2. First F2, because on the wrong screen, I say like this. And I will say, ooh, I have to attach the browser. So it will attach the browser where I have to use. Now I'm saying that, okay, whatever comes under this, it will have a parent, this only. Whatever activity comes under this section, it will have the parent like this. Now, similar thing I'm doing, okay? Now, I'm taking type into, I have to drag one for the user, one for the your password, and then click for your button. So I will indicate on the screen. I will say that, oh, indicate. I'll indicate password on the screen. I will say indicate. And the third thing I will indicate, let me write it user first. Okay, username. I will write password. And I will write the third thing, that is my button. I have to show the button. Okay, I showed the button and done. So you have two pack of things now. The first one is this. The second one is this, which is inside Acme browser, which is attached browser, inside a attached browser. Now, if you see the properties or the selector of these one, you can edit anything. You can edit your header, you can edit your elements main activity. Okay, but over here you can't edit the parent one. You can edit this, but you can't edit the parent one. In the second one also same, you can't edit your parent. You can't edit your parent. So if you want to edit your parent, suppose you want to edit and make it like the earlier it was like this, okay? Like you want to make it ECME system 1 and then star or something like that, okay? So what you have to do is you have to go to the parent container, which is attached browser. And in the attached browser, if you made any change, you can make it over here. You will say that, okay, make a change after this login ke baad I want a star. I will do validate, highlight, fine. It is highlighting the full page. I will say, okay. Now, if you see the child one, the below one, everybody will have now title like this. Because whatever changes you have made, it will be seen or shown in this. Okay, now it will be done like this. So this is called basically partial selector. These are your partial selector. Partial selector means that those selector which doesn't have access to edit their parent IDs, parent attributes. But if you see this below, one, they have all the right to edit their attributes, parent attributes.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which UiPath component is used to design and develop automation workflows? Option A, UiPath Robot. Option B, UiPath Studio. Option C, UiPath Orchestrator. Option D, UiPath Assistant. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master automating tasks with SAP? Our RPA UiPath with SAP Automation course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into RPA UiPath and SAP Automation. It's like a toolbox for streamlining processes, from routine tasks to complex workflows in SAP. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly know the field. Your instructors are experienced professionals here to guide you and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course to be incredibly useful. Best part, it's super affordable. This great learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a pro in RPA UiPath with SAP Automation? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, now we go to third one. Now this is the difference between partial and full selector. Your full selector are when you have the full access to your credential, your password, your freedom and all. Okay, everything over here you have free completely. Whatever you want to do, you can do anything over here. You can do, you can control to your parent, child. But over here, you can't control anything. You have only control over your attributes, not your parent's attribute. Okay. So these are the difference between your partial and full selectors. So you have three kind of selectors on your portal. You have three kind of selector. The first one is called partial select, full selector. The second one is called partial selector. And the third one is called dynamic selector. So full selector over here contain all the element needed to identify element, include the top layer window also. It includes the top layer window also. That means the information in this full selector will have means that element, a particular element will contain all the information which is required. It is not dependent on your parent class, it is not dependent on your child class, it is dependent on itself only. All the property it will have. Okay. Second one, partial selector. It does not contain information about the top layer window. It does not contain the information about the top layer window. Now you can't say that, oh, यहाँ मुझे दिख तो रहा है. ये दिख रहा है इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि ये contain करता है. It is inheriting from the topper layer. It is inheriting, जैसे ये वाली चीज है, they are inheriting their properties, this parent property from the container, Otherwise, it does not contain, it actually does not contain the information of your parent. If I drag this up, suppose I drag this up, and still I can see the parent and its own property. Okay, its own properties are there. Now the same thing. If I go over here and if I drag this email out of this parent, thing, now if I see it only contains its own property. Apart from that, it does not contain anything. It does not contain the parent property. Okay. Now if I drag it back, now you can see it is inheriting the parent property, plus it has its own property, that is child property. Okay. So this is your dynamic, this is your partial selector. After this, you have a dynamic selector. Like, these are the different things how you can create a dynamic selector. Let's go with the other thing. Let's do one thing. Let's create a login for this one. So I can use my partial selector. So I will remove this dynamic selectors. I don't want the dynamic selectors. Okay. So I will just log in into partial selector. So let's see how it is working. So once you are logged in into the window, okay, if you are logged in into the window, then also what you need is, once you are logged in into this window, you need to check whether you are logged in properly or not. Okay. So for that, what you can do is just run the file. Okay, it's demo, password, and click. It's logged in. Okay. Now, how would you know that does it log in properly or not? Because it didn't. The credential does not match. That means there is a problem over here. Okay. The password is not correct. What is not correct? Demo UiPath 77. It should be correct, but it is not correct. Okay. So if you want to check whether that thing is, whether your login credentials are correct or not, anything, what you can do is you need to check after login that logout element exists or not. Okay, logout element exists or not. Demo UiPath 77. Okay, it happens sometime. What you have to do is you have to do the forgot password basically. Email address, I will do demo UiPath77@gmail.com. I would suggest all of you guys, please log in into this website. It's very important. Not for your, not for just for your login and log out things, but also for to see that whether your certificates. It's very important for your certificates also. Okay. So now once you are logged in, suppose you are logged in and everything is done finely. Okay, you are able to log in properly. Now after that, what you have to check is there is a thing property called element exist. So you need to check whether wherever you go in the web automation, you will log in with your credential and all. Then at the end, you will check whether you are the element exist or not. So what element exist does basically, you have an element exist. What element exist does basically is it will check whether that element is there or not, and it will throw you true and false. Okay, it will throw you true and false. Okay, let me go to my let me go to this one. Okay, I'll check this one, reset the password. Okay, and I will say that reset password, don't show me anything else. Okay, now demo UiPath is my password. So let me go to demo UiPath and I gave the password over here. Okay, now this thing is fine. Cool, it's working. Now once you are logged in with the credential, what you have to check is the first thing you will check whether you have the logout button or not. Okay, so not here. You will check whether you have the logout button or not. So I'll go to this one, my demo UiPath, then my password is, okay, I'm over here. Now, what I'm telling is, once you are logged in, what you have to do is, please indicate on the screen and check whether you have a logout button or not. So this logout or you can say the element exist property, it will give you that, okay, whether that element is visible on the screen or not. So it will wait for 30 seconds, which is the by default time, it's like 30 seconds. You can change it. You say that, okay, once I'm logged in with the, username and password, for the 15 second, within the 15 second, if this logout window exists, then it's fine. If doesn't exist, it will throw you false. So I will say that, okay, logout exist. So it will show me that whether logout exists or not. So it will password, it will write true or false. So I will take a if condition over here and I say whether you have a log out exist or not. If logout exists, true. Logout doesn't exist, false. Okay. And I will give a log message over here. So log message is just to, just logging, basically. You're logging the message over there. Like in the output, you have these messages. You will get one more message over here like that. So I will say information login successful. And if you say that, okay, your login is, the logout window doesn't exist, then you will give a log message which is showing that unsuccessful login. So you have two things, successful login and unsuccessful login. Okay, let's check whether we have the correct or not. So I will close it now. I will run it. Okay. So it is opening this thing. Now username, password. And for the 15 second, it checked, it didn't wait for the 15 second because the moment this element exists, this element logout, which I indicated, this element exists, will say that, oh, I got the login. I logged in already. So it will go over here and it will say that, yeah, successful login. So over here, you can see your log message, which you have wrote successful login. If I change the password, suppose I change the password, okay, I just write it over here, which will be not successful login, then I change the password. Okay, and I log out now from here. Okay, and just wait, let it log out. Yep, log out. Now, let me run it now. I'm running. It opens. Now typing email, password, click on login. But my password is not correct, so it will not able to, log in. So for the 15 second, it will wait whether my logout is exist or not. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna show me the error in the output window, which is I have the log already. So it will unsuccessful login over here, you can see. Okay, so this thing element exists is very important whenever you are doing your automations. This is one of the important thing over here. Okay, so I have also shared one assignment for you guys. There are two activities, which is, there are two things which is the first and the second one is combination of data table and web automation. Both the questions are there like that. Okay, please finish it. Okay, so this is your login and log out with this thing. Okay, and you have credential over here. Now what we're gonna do is we are already logged in, but over here when it is typing over here, when it is typing your username or your password, which you can see is it is typing like, it should not do like that, right? It is typing like this. I don't want it to type like this. I want it to type directly my email ID, whatever email ID is. It should be like this. If I listen, okay, it should be over here. It should be like paste, not type. I don't want it to type like this. I don't want it to type. I want it to just. So there are few activity with few property which you need to keep in mind. The first thing is when you are typing or when you are, whenever you are typing, you have to make sure that you have few properties over here. Wait for ready. Okay, wait for ready is, it shows you wait for ready has three properties. The first one is called none. The second one is interactive and the complete. Wait for ready will wait for element to exist on your screen. Okay, you are saying that, okay, that element should exist on your screen. Okay, so wait for ready, what wait for ready will do, even though the outcome of that outline of that element is there on your screen, will directly start typing. That means it's none. means it will not wait. Wait for ready is here to wait that when to type, when to start typing. So if you don't have that element on your screen even completely, then what it will do, the moment the element appear, just a little, it will start typing over there. That means none. Another thing is interactive. You are saying that, okay, the element is there, even though your complete page is not loaded properly, because in your real life scenarios, you could have seen that, okay, you are automating something, okay, and the website you are automating, it is not loaded properly. It is half loaded. So what you will do, you will say, okay, interactive, fine, I can find the element, forget about the page, I can find the element, fine, type it. And the last one is called complete. Last one is called complete means, okay, you said, please wait for element to, appear completely on the screen. Not interactive, not none, it should be completely there. When the page is completely loaded, please then start the typing over there. Okay. Now, once you are done with this, you have these properties. Okay. Now, you have the important property over here that is called click before typing. So what you want is, you want that, okay, I have to type it over here. You want to click over here. You say that, okay, I have to click over here before typing. It should not like, okay, you are somewhere else and you just started typing. You are saying, please click wherever you are typing. If you want to type it over, click first and then start typing. You want to click over here, type it over here, click over here. You want to type it over here, click over here first. Okay, and then start typing. That is called click before typing. So you can make it true or you can make it false. So it's up to you whether you want to do. No problem with that. Okay, you can make it false or true. It's not that much, but yeah, it's good. Okay, now the important over here is called empty field. So whenever you are typing anything anywhere, please make sure this empty field is true. What empty field does basically, when you are typing, when you start typing on any field, before that, it will clear that field completely. It will empty the field. It should not like that, okay, you start typing and at the end you say, oh, something was there. It just over typed. Like suppose I have already an email ID over here and you type it like this. So it will type after this. So it's not good for you. So what you want basically, you want to remove this field first. Whatever over here, remove this completely and then type from the fresh. So this empty field, what this empty field will do, this empty field will remove all the pre-filled data in that field and then it will start typing. Okay. Now, when it is typing, you have three methods to type. The first method is called default, second method is called send window, and the third method is called simulate. Okay, so you have three methods over here, which is very important and which is very popular. It will ask everywhere. Okay, the first method, or these are also called input methods. So these three things are also called input methods of UiPath. The first one is called default. Default means with the help of your computer, like your mouse, your keyboard. So in the default method, your laptop, your robot was taking your keyboard's help and typing like this, one by one. The second method is known as send window message. That is send. In this, your robot will send a message to your application. Please automate this thing. Please, enter this text to this element. Suppose your UiPath will tell your edge to your application, not to your system, to your application. It will say, please type demo uipath77@gmail.com to the element where its ID is email. So the edge will directly type its ID over here. UiPath will not do anything. Your machine will not do anything. Your application will type it over here. Okay. And the third thing is called is simulate type. Simulate type means what you are doing is directly pasting the data over here. If you have this username, you are directly pasting the data into this. There will be no tick typing. There will be just paste. Like if I do like this over here, let's do this, simulate type. Okay, over here also simulate type. Okay, let me check my password is correct or not. Okay, cool. Then again, you click in the click also. If you do click in the click also, you have two things. Default, three things: simulate, send window, and simulate click. The first one, default, is like, okay, your robot is clicking with the help of mouse. Send window message, your robot is sending your application and telling that please click on that, click on that icon. The second one is, okay, the third one, which is simulate click. Simulate click means your robot is clicking on that element, okay, not with the help of your remote, but directly with the system. It's interacting with the system without moving your anchor. So if I run this one, you can see, if I run this one, okay, now it will open, directly paste it and click, okay, and it will log in over here. So, oh, your simulate click was not correct, tick marked, so it will like this. Let's do one more time. Let's log out and let's run this one. And it already clicked on the login button. Even though my mouse was on the top, it was click on over there also. Okay, so this is how you can automate the process. Okay, and these are the input types, input methods in UiPath. The first one is default, send window message, and simulate type. Okay, so these are the basically your web browser which you use mostly on the web browser automation. So what we can do right now is, this is the login, basically login part of the web browser. Okay, now you are on the website. Now what you have to do is you have to click on the work item. Okay, and suppose you have to extract the detail over here. Suppose there will be a table and you have to extract the detail. So first reset the test data. Will reset the test data for us. Okay, and test data has been successfully reset. I will go to home. This is a test application by UiPath only. They already give this application. I will go to work item and I can see all the work item are over here. I want to extract this table, this complete table till my 8th page. Okay, if I want to extract my complete thing till 8th page, how I can automate is, okay, I will go over here and I will drag a sequence and I will tell the sequence that called data scrapping. I will tell this is a data scrapping. So in the data scrapping, what happens, like it will say, okay, click on the data scrapping, just go here and click on the data scrapping. But before that, you have to own the page. So whenever you are doing any data scrapping, what you have to do is you have to go one by one to whatever it is asking you. It is asking you open your browser, application, or document and navigate to where you want to extract the data from. So I will say that, okay, I want to extract the data from this table. Okay, press next in dialog box and hover the mouse cursor over a data source. So I have to hover a mouse or click where we have to go for the data scrapping. Okay, now I'll press on the next button, click on over here. Now, yes, I want the entire table. It is showing me, okay, this is your table, which is look like this. I said perfect, no problem with that. Okay, when I press on finish button, it asks me, is data spanning or multiple pages? Is data is in multiple pages? I will say, yeah, it might be in the multiple pages. It could be. So it will say that identify the element that navigate to the next page. It could be a next button or an arrow. So I will say, yeah, press yes to indicate. Okay, yes, I have that button and I press it over here. and I have the entire table. I can extract the entire table from there. Okay, this is data scrapping basically, but we'll look into that later. But so this was the selector. It's a very small topic. Selector is nothing but just dynamic, static, and these 323 selectors are over here. Now I have an assignment for you for today. We have an assignment, like let's go to assignment. So what we have is email automation assignment. I hope you all have got this, not email automation. You have the web automation assignment over here. I hope you all have got this assignment. So in this assignment, what you have to do is you have to go to this website. Okay, you have to use this username and password over here. And once you open this link on your browser, it will automatically download an Excel file called sales data into your, download folder. And from there, you can just feed the information: first name, last name, sales target, and sales result. So when you have to, when you have to choose sales target, always don't click anything. Just use an activity called select activity, which is like this. Select activity you have to use, and with the help of select items, you can choose the item from there. Okay, so this is your activity. This is your assignment for the web automation. Okay, so you have, first thing is we have to log in into this Acme website, the first thing, which is login, and we have to log in. After login, we have to check. Once you go to home page, okay, what we have to do is you have to go over here, search for the invoice, okay, and over here you have to enter the number. Suppose I enter this number, okay, and when I enter this number over here, search, I don't find anything. Let's go this back, invoice number. Okay, I don't have any data over here. Fine. In this one, I don't have any data. Now I will go for the next one, transaction number, copy this one, and again check on the search for the vendor basically. Okay, let's check for the vendor. Now search, don't have the data. Okay, might be I'm working on the vendor one. You don't have to search for the invoices. Yes, I should get at least one. Oh, so they updated the data, no problem with that. So what we can do is we have to go over here. We have to log in. When we'll go to the work item, what we have to do is we have to scrap the data from here, and we have to find the data. We have to then filter the data table, okay, which have description as verified account position and type W11. W1, this is 111, 1I. Okay, 1, and then we have to paste it in an Excel file, and this we have to create a final Excel file out of it. Okay, and then we are done with that. Okay, so what we can do is first we can use this login with username and password, but now we will not use this one. So what we will do, we'll take another thing, or you can say the another type of sequence that is called flowchart. We'll take another type of thing and we'll give it a login. We'll give it a name, call it login, just login, and we'll call create it. Okay, so we are creating that one. We can close that one. Okay, now we have to close it. We have to create the login one. The first thing with what it's gonna do is it's gonna take the two argument. The first argument it's gonna take is called in URL of the website. So first it will take the URL of the website and add a string. Okay. Second argument will be in, and it will be user name, because I have to log in, obvious. So username is required. Third thing it can take is password. So it will be like in password. Okay. And it has 3 arguments are over there. Whenever it will get the 3 argument, okay, what first thing it's gonna do is I will say that I will open browser automation. I don't know anything about, suppose I don't know anything about, automation over here. So I will open the browser automation. The first thing I will open a browser automation, and I will give it a over here in the input. I said, okay, please open it with suppose open it with Chrome. Open it with Chrome. And the URL, what URL you have to give? What URL you have to give? The URL will be the input URL, which is already placed. Okay, which is already placed. Now, once you are done with that, okay, what you have to do is you have to attach the browser. The attach browser activity will give you a parent, common parent, or you can say with the attached browser you will get the common first layer, which is editable. So you can edit it, and below it whatever is there, you don't have to worry about that. You edit the parent selector and the child selector will be edited. So I will do that thing. I will make it Acme 1. Okay, and I will say that Acme 1 system, and like that I can just click over here. Now this is my whole Acme URL over here. Okay, now the first thing, let's click on attach browser. I already attached over here. Fine. So this is my app is Chrome. My browser is this one, title and all this one. Okay. Now, once you are done with this, the first thing which you have to do is you have to type username and password. So type into why I'm taking this, the second type of template flowchart, because I want to go back. So if I'm already logged in, if it says that, okay, open the browser, suppose it opened the browser. Okay. Suppose it opened the browser, but after opening the browser, it realized it already logged in. Like, open the browser and it will check whether you are already logged in or not. If you are already logged in, what you have to do is you have to go back, you have to log out, and then you have to close it. Okay, you have to log out and you have to close it, and then again open it and log in again. Okay, so I will say that, okay, let's paste it like demo 77, and I will get demo UiPath 77. Sorry, 7 should not be there. Leave it. Let's say demo UiPath, and I say okay. So after this, the first thing, once I'm opening the browser, I'm checking whether that logout button is there or not. So I will do element exist. Okay. In the element exist, I'll give it over here, and I will say that, okay, whether that logout button is there or not. If it is not there, that means I can log in properly. Okay. If it is logged in already, then this logout button will exist. So I will give it a name. We'll call it logout exist flag. That means your logout button is already there. So what I will do, once my logout button is already there, the first thing I need to do is I need to check. It will give me true and false. Okay, and I will wait for once our browser is open, I will wait for 5 seconds. Let's not wait for much. Within 5 seconds, obvious, this browser will open. Within 5 seconds, this thing open, and within 5 seconds, I can see that whether my logout button exists or not. If my logout button exists, I am saying my robot to please decide. So I will take a decision box, flowchart decision, which allows me to go back on the condition basis. So I will say that if logout exists, will give me true and false. So I will say that, okay, go over here, and I will say that, okay, go logout flag exist. So I gave in the condition logout exist, which is coming from element exist. So element exist can be true and false. That output of element exist can be true and false. So logout exist flag can be true and false. So if it is true, I am saying that click. I'm saying that please click. Please click where it should click. Please click on logout. Okay. Please click on logout properly. Please click on logout. Fine. If it is there, no problem. And it should not be in the logout should be only on the dashboard page. It can be anywhere. So let's make it like this. Okay, and press OK. So if my logout button is there anywhere in this one, system Acme system 1 in this one, anywhere, title can be anywhere. So The page can be anywhere. In the Chrome, Acme System 1, the page can be anywhere. So I'm saying that anywhere, if you have a logout button, please, if you have a logout button, it will be true. So if it is true, please click on logout. Delay after means wait for 3 seconds. Once you click on logout, after that, delay after. After that, wait for 3 seconds. Okay. And then kill the Chrome. Kill process. And which process you need to kill? Kill the Chrome one first. Kill the Chrome. That means you have to kill all the Chrome. CHROME, Chrome. So it will kill the Chrome. Okay. And then open the browser again. And again check whether your logout is there. Okay. So in this way, you will be able to see whether your logout button is there or not. So if your logout button is not there, that's very good. That's good for you. So what you have to do is after that, you have to directly go. Okay, you have to directly go and you have to log in, which will be this page. Just wait. It will be this page. So you have to click on, indicate on login. Simple. And you have to enter in username. Okay, in username over here. Fine. And you have to make sure you are empty the field. As I told you, you have to empty the field first and the simulate click. Okay. Next thing will be, again type into, you have to enter the password over here. So in the password also, you will say in password and empty the field. Password is done. The last thing which you will do, you will click on that one. Click on the logout. And once you are clicked on the logout button, save it. Now you are done with that. Okay. You will save it, logout button, done. Once you are logged in properly, again you have to check this login. I can reuse this thing because it's checking the login or not. So I can use directly again this thing. Okay. It will check whether you have this login button again or not. If you have login button, pretty good. If you have login button, it's good. No problem with that. If you don't have, again take the flow chart over here. Okay. Again check. Take the flow chart over here and check. Once you log in, check whether, once you are logged in, your password is done, your username is done. After that, click on the login button. After that, you are checking whether logout button is there or not within, not 5 seconds, but you can wait for 7 seconds, suppose. You're waiting for 7 seconds. And after 7 seconds, I typed it over here, timeout. After 7 seconds, I said, if the logout button exists, I will put a log over here and I will say login successful, and that will be the information only. I will say login successful. And if it is not, this is log message only, don't worry, it's just a log message which show in this one output window. And I'm showing if it is not logged in properly, I will show over here in the login, I will say it as an error, and I will say in the message box unsuccessful login. Please check the credentials. Okay, and I press OK. So this is how you have created your login properly with. Okay, now you can see from the smaller version. So this is how you have created. So first thing, you open the browser, Chrome browser, with that URL, Acme URL. Now in that URL, first thing you will check that, okay, whether logout button exists or not. It can happen that you open the browser with that URL and the logout, it's already logged in. So what you will do, you will check whether logout button is there or not. So if the logout button is not there, if you don't have a logout button over there, good, you carry on. If you have a logout button, you click on the logout button, wait for 3 seconds, and then Chrome, close the Chrome, and then again open the Chrome. Now this time, again check whether you have a logout button. If you don't have a logout button, that means it's good, right? You are already, means you are out of that one. You can just log in now. So you will go to this one, login. Now you are login everything. Then again you will check after login. This is intentional login. After login, you will check whether you have a login, logout button or not. If you have the logout button, good. If you don't have a logout button, you will say that your username and password is incorrect. Please check it. Unsuccessful log. Okay. So this is how you can go ahead with the login button. It's just a flow chart. Okay. In the flow chart, you can go back and forth. Okay. And this is element exists basically, which is used. This is element, this activity is events used for to check whether that element is there or not within that set, within that time. So if you don't give a time over here, like I gave the 7 second, which is 700 millisecond, I gave it over here. If this element is not there, then you will say that, okay, you know, that element doesn't exist. It will give you false. Either it will, otherwise it will be a true condition. Okay. So this is your login page. Okay, now I want to check whether it is working fine or not. So in the project, I will go and I will drag it over here. So while dragging it, you have dragged it. So it has all the login and logout properties over here. Okay, now in the import argument, I have the first thing that is called URL. I can give the URL manually. I can just type the URL over here and I will say my URL is called this one, login. So I'll go over here, paste it over here. Okay. Now, I'll give my this thing demo UiPath @gmail.com. Now go to the password. I'll go to the password and I'll say demo UiPath. This is my password only. Okay. Now I gave this one. Now I can run my process, my whole process from here. And suppose I give the I suppose I am already logged in. Okay, and I close the browser. I just close the browser. Okay, let's run this one. Oh, this is showing the error. We have a login error, can be used. Condition must be set before the workflow. Oh, the condition is not set. So where the condition is not set, it is giving me the error in the login. The condition is not set over here because we said, okay, true, then go here, false, then go here. But what is the condition of this one? So we have to set the condition over here. So again, I'm saying that if log out exists, if log out exists, successful. If doesn't exist, unsuccessful. So let me run this one. But again, now run the main file. So it will run the main file. It is going to my Chrome browser. It is login. So it clicked on the log out. Then it's closed. Then it again opened the login. Now it is waiting for whether I have logout button or not. I don't have a logout button. So it enter the username and password and login successfully. So what is my output? That is login successfully. And I can see in the Chrome, it already logged in now. Okay. So you are logged in over here. Till here, your process is running fine. Now what we have to do is we have to go to the work item. And we have to scrap this data. Scrap this data means we have to get all this data till 8th page. We have to get all data till 8th page from the first page. Okay. So how I can get it is like, what you have to do is you have to create a new sequence. I will create a new sequence in that, and I will not give it, I will not make it a very complicated. I'll create a new sequence. Okay, this time I'm creating a new sequence. So how are you going to decide whether you will take a flow chart or a sequence? So flow chart, you will take a flow chart where you will have to decide that, okay, I have to go back on the basis of some condition. In the sequence, you can't go back. Okay, in the sequence, you can't go back. Suppose you have one sequence, which is like, okay, step 1, then you have to do step 2, then you have to go to step 3, then you have to go to step 4, and like this. Okay, you have to go to step 4. So you have one step where you don't have to come back. Where you don't have to come back. You don't have to do this. That's called sequence. Flowchart means, if you talk about flow chart means where you have to, okay, you have a flow over here from first to second you are going, and from second, you have to take a decision. Whether you will go this side, whether you will go back to the first one, or whether you will go to the third process. On basis of this decision you have to take. So if you have to go to third, then go to fourth, suppose. And from fourth, you are going to fifth. And from fifth, again you have to take a decision. And on basis of this decision, you have to check whether you will go like this or you will go like this. So flowchart is where you have to take the decision. This is the second kind of template in UiPath where you have to take the decision, and on basis of those decision only, you can go from one step to another stage. In the sequence, you don't have this thing. You don't have to worry about that thing. You can go one by one like this. Okay. Okay. Now I have data scrapping method over here. Okay. Now I have a data scrapping method over here, but I would like to close this one. Okay. Now in the data scrapping method, the first thing is I'm on this page. Okay. We'll scrap the data. We will scrap the whole table. I'm on this page. Now what I want is I want to go till that table. So how can I go? I will click. I will take an activity that's called click activity. I'll drag it over here and I will click activity and I'll click on this work item. The moment I click on the work item, I can see these things. And I'm not liking this A name, which is very, looks very, this gap, I don't like this gap. It should not be here. So if I don't like this gap, I can remove this gap and replace this with a star. I said, okay, fine. If it has a gap, no problem. Saying, oh, your syntax is not good. Just I remove this one. Okay. Now the gap which was like this gap, I replace it with a star. I said, okay, in place of this thing, star, anything can be here. Okay, I replace with it, validate it, highlight on the perfect place. Okay. Now click on the workbook. Okay, click on the work item and suppose I click on the work item. So to go till this page, I have two options. To go till this page, I have two options. The first thing is I can copy paste the URL, right? Means I'm over here. Okay, I want to go to that work item page. I can just paste the URL and go to that page. The second method is I can go and click on work item. Okay. Okay, what do you think which I should use? Which method I can use?
Method as in
to go to this page.
That one more click is to find.
Okay. So why you should not go for the URL one? Okay, I have one method, right? I can go like this to that page, or I can click on work item and I will go to this page. So I have two methods over here. So
Right.
yes, so I can use both the methods, but if I have to click, suppose I know that this URL not going to change in future any time. So what I will do, I can do is I can directly see. There is no 100% surety that I click on this and it will go to this URL. There's no 100% surety. But if I enter this URL, it is 100% sure that in this scenario, wherever I am, in this scenario, even though I am on this page, I am on this user option page, suppose I'm on reset data page, even I'm on this page and I type this one, I will directly go to this table page. So I don't have to worry about that button, whether the button is there or not, or like that. So what I will do, the first thing, instead of clicking on the button, I will attach the browser. Attach the browser means whatever you're gonna do, please do it in this browser. Like means on this browser. On the browser, which will have application Chrome exe, and the title Acme System 1 work item. But I don't want this work item. It can be changed because my page can be, my next day, my page can be dashboard like this. My page can be search for vendor. My page can be anything. So the common thing is Acme System 1. After that it is changing. And if it is changing, I can replace it with a star. So this page will be valid everywhere. This page will be valid everywhere. Okay. Now I can just say attach browser. Now I'm saying that, okay, I will do browser. Let's write browser. Okay. There is a thing called navigate to. So navigate to, you always have to take inside a attached browser. Okay. So in the navigate to, I will say that, okay, please navigate this browser. Navigate this browser to the URL which I told you. The URL is this URL. I'm saying that it directly go to work item. Okay. Doesn't matter on which page I am of Acme 1. I'm saying that directly go to work item page. Okay. This is still over here. Okay. I said, fine. This is work item page. It said, okay, fine. You want the work item page. I went to the work item page over here. Now you have a very important concept in UiPath that is called data scrapping. So you have a very important topic that is called data scrapping. Data scrapping is like, okay, in your company, suppose you get this kind of data, which you have to scrap. This data can be scrappable. You will say that, oh, I want to scrap this data. You can scrap this data. Okay. And how to scrap this data? You need one technique that's called data scrapping. You just click on that button, data scrapping, and always follow whatever it is showing you. It is showing you that please open a browser, application, or a document. So data scrapping will scrap the tabular data from anywhere. Even that tabular data is in your browser, even that tabular data in your application, even though that tabular data is in your PDF, whether your tabular data is in your Word file, anywhere. If you have a tabular data, it will scrap the data. So what you have to do is you have to click on this. You have to click on this data scrapping. It will say open a browser. Okay, navigate to where you want to extract the data. So I am already on that page where I want to extract the data. Now it will say press next. Okay, hover the mouse cursor over a data source and then click the field. So I will press next. I will hover the field anywhere. Okay, I can press like over here. So it said you selected a table cell. Would you like to extract the data from whole table? So I can extract the data from whole table. So the moment I press OK, it is showing me all the things. Like you can see all the table like this. Okay. Over here, the one thing which I don't like, that is there is an empty field over here. At the end, there is an empty field because of some structure issue. There might be some structure like this. So what I can do is I will go to edit data definition. I will go to the edit data definition and I will say get empty column. No, I don't want. So I will make it 0. So the moment I make it 0, I press OK. The first column is removed, which was empty. This is, I don't know why it is not removing, but happens. Okay. And it is showing me maximum number of the result. You press 100. That means it will give you 100 rows only. So I am saying that 0. So if I press 0, that means I need all the data till last page. The moment I'm done with that, done with this data scrapping, I finish. I click on finish. I click on the finish and it says identify the element that navigate to the next page. It could be a next button or an arrow. So now what I have to do is I have to give it a next button. I have to tell that, oh, this is the next button. Please, go like that. Okay. So identify the element that navigate to the next page. It could be a next button or an arrow. So I will say yes. Okay. And there is a next, not button, but the arrow. So I press OK. The moment I press OK, that you have the data scrapping over here. Right now, this is completely, you are done with the data scrapping. Okay. You got the data table. So data scrapping at the end gives you as the output, if you can see over here, as the output, it gives you a data table with the already created variable that is called extract data table. You can change the name of this table, don't worry. So it will be the extract data table. Okay, now this data table, you can, if I want to show you how it works basically, so what I will do, let me do one thing. I will do write range. Let's write range. I will take a workbook activity because I don't want to take Excel application scope, then Word write it too. So I will take a write activity in the desktop only. I will say let's make an Excel file over here, for now, so that I don't have to copy paste to the new Excel file. So I will take the extract Excel file and I press OK. Okay, sheet 1, and I'm saying that whatever extracted data table you have extract, please paste it over there. And I will say add the header also. Please make the first line as a header. Okay, so this is your data scrapping, how it will be work. Okay, now let's go to this one. Let's run this data scrapping only and we'll see that how it is working. So we'll click on run file. I'm on this page. The first thing it will do, it will navigate. Yeah, you can see it navigate to the page. Now, if you want to see how it is working, please check. Yeah, your page focus is changing. It's fast. 6th page, the 7th page. It's on the 8th page, the last page, and it's done with the last page. So let the bot stop and then you will see the more. Okay, the bot is still running because it's creating, it scrapped the data completely. Now it's creating the data basically in the structure format. It takes a little bit time, don't worry. Okay, now it's done. Okay, now if I want to see what is my data, I can see my extract and click on the extract. And over here in the sheet 1, you can see all your data from the extracted one. So this is 81 line or 80 data are extracted per page, 10 data are there. So it extracted all the data till 80 pages or till 8 pages, 80 data is extracted into your Excel file. So this is how your data scrapping works basically. You don't have to do anything. Whatever your robot is asking you to enter, please go with the steps. Okay. So this is how your data scrapping and your navigate to work in browser automation.
Yeah, I was asking that you have used the URL for work items. So in case that I haven't logged in the system in this browser, if I want to see this work item, it will ask me that go to the login page first.
Login page, yes.
And then
yes.
move on. So
yes.
I think it's better to use a button because button will be always be present if I have logged in previously.
Yes, but even this URL will be there if you are logged in previously. If you are logged in already, then this URL will be there also. So why I don't use button? Because suppose even if you are logged in and you are not on home page, you are on, suppose on healthcare page, the treatment report, you are on this one. Oh, sorry, downloading. So suppose you are on this page. So how you will find that button? You will not able to find that button, but you will be redirected to this page with the help of this URL. So that's why I made this one. But both the click button and navigate to both will not, not give you the desirable output if I'm not logging. If I'm not logging, because these two functionalities are after login. Means these two functionality will work in this website after login because my URL is after login URL, even though my button is also after login. So, but feasibility is when you navigate to a new page with the URL, because doesn't matter on which page you are, it will definitely navigate you to that page, even that work item page. It will navigate to this page. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. If you have doubt, don't worry. We can just discuss it. Yes, please go ahead.
Sometimes we do see tabular data, but it is not visibly, it is not visible completely. Sometimes we have to scroll it down to see the entire data. So when I am doing a data scrapping, will it only scrap the data that is visible to me on that part of screen, or will it also take care of the data which is lying there on the screen, but
Yes.
it is, you have to scroll down to view it?
It will work anywhere, wherever the structure of, because it also interact with the selector. If your property of the data is saying that that is a part of table, it will scrap the tabular data for that. So it doesn't matter whether, because over here you can see the tabular format properly, but there are cases where you will not see any tabular form. There you have to scrap the data. So it doesn't matter. You need a tabular form, it will scrap the data from there. Okay.
Yeah, and the second aspect is when, say for example, you mentioned that this works on documents as well. So in PDF, we do observe that the tables are sometimes coming up the way you have used it in your example, but sometimes it's an image of a table. So will it work over there as well?
No, it require basically tabular format, but the tabular format should be a digital tabular format. Because it always interact with the selector. So the selector will be telling my UiPath, this is an image. So how it can scrap the data? It has to scrap the data when my selector will be saying that this is an image or this is a part of an image. No, sorry. When my selector will be saying that this is a part of a table and either it is a complete table. So then only it can scrap. If your selector is saying no, this is an image, you can't basically. Okay.
And one last question.
Yes.
Here we are considering the scenario wherein the websites is showing the data in English. So if it has some other language.
Yes, doesn't matter. If it has in Chinese also, it will scrap the data, because the structure of that table or the HTML in the structure, the background will be tabular only. So it doesn't, with the data, it doesn't have any relation. It has the relation with the structure.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more doubt, like
yes,
using 2-click button is fast, or using navigation is fast, which is fast?
Navigation is fast basically. Navigation is always faster because you are just replacing this URL with someone and you are just refreshing it. Because in the click, you have to, the UiPath has to find out this one, then it will click. But navigate doesn't have to find it. Even though my body, even though my page will be on this page only, and you gave this URL, it will again refresh it. So it doesn't matter. It will again click the URL over here and press enter. It will be like this. Okay. What is screen scraping? When you have a screen and you want to get your data from there, that is a screen scraping method. We will tell you how it works basically. There, it is called get text. Do you know this activity anywhere? Get text. So what get text does basically is get text will get the information from any screen. That is called screen scraping method. You have screen scraping over there. This is the gist of a screen scraping, which is, data scraping is you're going to use it in your real-time project, okay? But the screen scraping is not anything which you're going to use. But you should know that, okay, screen scraping it's just like get text. It's just not, even get text is more better than screen scraping over here it is written. So what get text does is basically, if I say that, okay, get text and give me this text. So it will scrap the text from that one, okay, and give it to me. So how it was, if I say that, okay, put it in, what else say the text. Now, if that screen is there and I have to show it in message box, put it in message box. So it will scrap this data, text body, and just show me this data. So I will run this one, this file, scrap the data. Yeah. So the data should be anything. It doesn't require that it should be a data table. It can be anything. Any data on my screen, it will be scrapped not as a table, not as anything. It will be scrapped directly as a string. For that, screen scraping, it doesn't require a tabular data. For the data scraping, it is 101% required a table only. It will scrap the data from table and convert it into data table. Done. Nothing. Screen scraping is like whatever is there on your screen, it will scrap. It will get the scrap out of it. It will scrap all the data from there. Okay, and you will get the proper screen over here. So that is screen scraping. Got it? We'll go to the next one, what we are doing. Okay. Now, once you are done with the screen scraping and you got the data and you have the Excel file data, before this Excel file data, what I ask you is, okay, I want the data which will have verified account position as a description. Okay. It will have the, verified account position as a description and type V1. Okay, I want these data. So to filter the data, what I have to do is I have to go over here and I will say filter data table. So filter data table is a data table property. I'll go over here, filter data table, and I give what is my input data table, that is extract. And I will save this data. I'll say that Control K and I will say that filter DT. You get a name, filter DT. And I have two conditions. I want only those data which will have a column, the column is description, which have the column value as is equal to the value is verified account position. The value is verified account position. And that means and, so I will add it on the properties and, not or and. That means it both should be true. So my property, second property is the and, the type will be like this. And so the type will be WI1, I guess something like this it is. So I'll copy this one directly. And the type will be this. So I will get the filter DT out of. Okay, now I can just go over here and type. Okay, so this is my actual sheet. I can just copy paste it, control, and just copy paste the filter file also over here. So I will say that my filter file should go in the data table, which is called as, in the sheet that is called it filter data. And it will also go like this, header and all, everything will be there. So it will filter the data and over here. Now, what I can do is I'll go over here and the first thing I'm going to drag is called login. I'm going to drag it over here. Now what it requires? It requires the URL. The first requirement is URL. So I'm going to send the URL, which is logout. Come on, I'm going to send the URL, which is this one. Copy the URL over here. Okay, username, paste the username. So username is demo UiPath77@gmail.com. Fine. Now password. Demo UiPath77 nahi hai. Okay, demo UiPath. Okay. Now another thing is I have to drag data scraping. So data scraping doesn't require anything. So data scraping method. So these are the two files which I have created. The third file which is there, you can directly delete it. Okay, you have deleted this one. Now I can run the robot with the help of this. Okay, so let me run it and let's run it. Okay, now it's logged out. So don't worry, it will log in. So where it is logging? It's logging over here. Showing me a message box. Why it is showing me message box? Oh, I don't have anything over here. So it doesn't have anything over here. I press OK. Let's navigate it over here. Now, so it is rolling over all the pages. So scrap all the data. Let me check. Yeah, we are on the 8th page. Scrap all the data with the help of data table. Okay, they're done. Okay, now we can see our extract, and this is our filter one. So these are the only filter data tables we have. Means which have description as a verified account position and type is W1. So this is the first thing. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna change the subject a little bit, change the topic a little bit. So if your data is in C, your data should be, the scrapping screen should have a tabular format. You can scrap the data in the data table. That is the only thing which is there. JSON format, if you have a data on your portal as a JSON format, there's no use of using scrapping over there. You can just do get text, which is screen scrapping method. You can just do the screen scrapping, and screen scrapping will give you all the information out of it from there. Okay. So tabular data, wherever you have just tabular data, there only you can use the data scrapping method. Otherwise, you have to do the screen scrapping method and other methods. Okay. So selectors, fine, no problem with that. If you don't find any selector, suppose it says that, oh, the button does not exist or the selector does not exist. So what error it gonna give me? So it can be exception. Okay. So first, what is exception? We'll understand what is exception. We're gonna cover this thing. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna give you a little bit just about exception. What is exception? Okay. So exception is anything, okay, which interrupt your process, and stop it there, and can become a reason of stopping the process. So if your process is running, this is my login process. Okay. I enter username, I enter password. Okay, fine. Enter username, I enter password. Okay. But when I click on login button, it didn't click. So how my system gonna know, or how my process gonna know that, okay, there is an error? You don't have to do screen scraping, or next thing you don't have to do. Okay. Then there is a thing comes, that is called exceptions. You are not able to log in. Why I'm not able to log in? Because your username and passwords are not correct. Okay. So in the exception only, you have two kind of exceptions. So you will have in UiPath, you have first thing called system exception, and the second one is called business rule exceptions. Okay. The first one is called system exception, and the another one is called business rule exception. So what is the difference between a system exception and a business rule exception? So system exceptions, okay, system exception will, the exception which comes because of the application. That's why system exception is also known as business rule. Sorry, not business. This is also called as, the system exception is also called as application. So application exception means, suppose you are trying to log in, or you are trying to work on your, on Excel file, and suddenly that Excel file closes. आपकी Excel file hang होती होगी, obvious, right? आपका browser hang होता होगा. So you are trying to log in into browser and it gets stuck. The browser got stuck over there. Now, it's not the condition that, okay, your logic is wrong. No, logic is correct. It's not the condition that your username and password is wrong. No, working fine, completely. Your username, your password, your everything is fine. But the thing is, you're not able to log in because your internet is slow, or suppose you are working on iExplorer, your Explorer got stuck. Your Chrome got corrupted and it got closed, or not closed, but not working, hang. That thing is called system exception. When there is a problem with your system is not able to process further. Okay. And because of that, your process is not able to go into the next stage, and your process doesn't know what to do next. That is called system exception. Okay. Business rule exception is where the business knows, I will give you one one URL. You said, okay, fine, I will enter the URL. Okay, fine. Now you will get this username and password. Okay, you will get the username and password. You log in the username and password. Okay, I said, okay, fine, I will log in the username and password. You said when you log in the username and password, you can go into the website. But But over here, when I enter, but your system said, wait, enter your username password. I enter my username password, it is not working. That is called business rule exception. When there is an exception due to the root cause of that exception is the input, which your UiPath got. It can be username password. It can be the data to process. Suppose there is a data to process. There is a Excel file which you got to process. But when you validate all the information, okay, you saw that in place of the person name, okay, the name is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is a number. And whenever you are entering that number, your system saying, no, the data is not valid. The data is not valid. No, the data is not valid. No, the data is not valid. Then you will say that, okay, there is a business rule exception. Because the exception is coming because of your input. I will give username password. It's definitely gonna go to the next screen, next screen. If I say that after that, navigate to work item, it's gonna go to the navigate to the work item. But so because of the rule will not follow. The robot will not follow the rules. So this is called business rule exception. These are the two kind of exceptions you have in your UiPath. Okay. Okay. So this is a journal exceptions, which is system exception, business rule exceptions. This is a little bit theoretical. Now in the exceptions, you have how you're gonna handle the exception, which is very important. Okay, the first and the most activity in the exception handling, whenever you will go to the exception handling, the first and the most important activity is called try catch activity. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of UiPath Orchestrator in SAP Automation? Option A, to create automation scripts. Option B, to execute automation workflows. Option C, to manage and monitor robots and processes. Option D, to design user interfaces. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master automating tasks with SAP? Our RPA UiPath with SAP Automation course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into RPA UiPath and SAP Automation. It's like a toolbox for streamlining processes, from routine tasks to complex workflows in SAP. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly know the field. Your instructors are experienced professionals here to guide you and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course to be incredibly useful. Best part, it's super affordable. This great learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a pro in RPA UiPath with SAP Automation? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Today we're going to discuss about email automation, and in the email automation there are different things like, okay, suppose you want to send the email, or you want to read the email, or you want to save the attachment, or different emails. Like, it's not only about Outlook, it's also about your IBM Note, it's also about your Gmail or something like that. Okay, so whenever you go to any email automation kind of thing, okay, any automation, suppose we are talking about email automation. Okay, there are two kind of email you send. The one which is application based. Okay, like you have Outlook, and the another one you have IBM Notes. Okay, the second one is Gmail automation, or you can say not Gmail automation. Let's make it like this: that we have the second type is called server based automation, where you don't have any application on your system. If we talk about, okay, Outlook automation or the email automation with the Outlook, you will have a application over here. So for the Outlook kind of application, that application should be installed in your system. Should be whenever you are sending an email through Outlook, whenever you are getting email through Outlook, whenever you are just changing the folder through Outlook. So all that thing in that case, in the application base, that application should be installed. Okay, it should be installed on your system. But on the server base, no application is required. Okay, so no application is required. So for sending an email or any email automation, you require 4 things. Okay, so for any email automation, suppose you are doing the email automation, okay, you have 4 things are required. If you want to note it down, you can note it down. The first thing which is required is called server. You need a server access for it. The second thing which you need, that is called port. You need a port for it. And the third thing you need is called username or email ID. Okay, this is the third thing you need. And the fourth, not IP, it should be ID. Okay, you require a email ID. And the fourth thing which is required for this is called password. So these 4 things are very important whenever you are doing any email automation. So what happens basically, whenever you are doing automation, your UiPath asks you about the 4 thing of this email. The UiPath will say, just give me these 4 points. Okay, it will say, okay, which server I have to use, which port I have to use, which email address, from which email address you want to send the email, or to which email address you want to get, which email address inbox or anything which you want to get. And the fourth is called port. To automate anything, we have different application. We have, suppose we have different methods for application base. So in application base, okay, so let's see, we have email automation. In the email automation, you have application base and you have server base, okay, in UiPath. Now, in this too, let's talk about email requirement. These are the email requirements. So all of these email requirement, if it is application based, your UiPath will go to your Outlook and fetch it from there. Your UiPath will go to Outlook and fetch it from there and will say, you know what, I need this information. Please send me these information. But if it is not server based, suppose if it is not application based, if not application based, if it is server based, then you have to provide these 4 things to your automation already. Okay, so if I go to UiPath, let's create a new process. It's called a email automation. We create an email automation and let's create it in desktop, and we'll create this as a in the desktop. Okay, and we'll say that to send and mails. Okay, Gmail. Suppose I'm doing the Gmail automation. Okay, now in comparison to email, in comparison to server-based automation, your application automations are easy. Why I'm saying this? Because suppose I want to send an email. Okay, now we have this one, send an email. If I don't know anything about which application I have available over here and all, the first thing which I need to check is go to package manager and check whether you have the mail activity with you or not. If it is there, that means you have the authority to send email. Okay, you can send the email. If not, then what you can do is go to all packages, click over there and type mail, and you will get the email automation, which you will just UiPath.emailautomation. This is the email package. You just have to click over here. There will be an install like this button will be installed. You have to click on the install button and then save it. So you will have the mail activities. You will see the mail activities on that panel. Okay. If you want to do parallelly, you can do the parallelly. You can do this thing also. Okay. So it refreshed and now I have the mail. Okay. So if I don't know anything that, okay, which automation I have to use, means, Outlook or something, I will just type mail over here. When you type mail, you can see multiple automation things over here. Means you have different methods to send the email. The first one is called Exchange. The second one is IBM. If you are using IBM Note, on your system, you can use IBM. If you want to send the email from the Exchange server anywhere, you can use that one. If you are using IMAP, Gmail, Gmail, Yahoo Mail, like this kind of thing, you can use IMAP. If you are using Outlook, you can use Outlook. Any method you can use, whatever method you want to automate, and what is the requirement of the process. Okay, then you can use POP3 and you can use SMTP to send the emails, basically. Okay, now let's start. I want to compare what is the difference between get. Suppose I want to send the email. Okay, send my Gmail. So I will take send SMTP mail, which is for the Gmail. Okay, and this is the first thing over here. Now, what are the requirements? So first requirement is if you want to send the attachment. Suppose you want to send the attachment as a collection. Collection means you have a folder, not in the folder also. Suppose you have a path or you have a folder path where you have all the things. Collection means you have a list of packages. Inside that, suppose you have a list. You have created a list. Okay, you went over here and you have created a list. This is the list you have created, and in your list you have different paths. I'm saying that D, or I said that, okay, data dot XLS. Now another file we have D slash data folder is there slash, and I say that next file is format dot ls. Then I will say that, okay, I have D dot this one test dot txt file. So if I have a list, which contains, list is a variable. Suppose X is a list variable. If X is a list variable and which contain these values, and I want to attach it, combine attach, collection attach. You want to attach a collection, you can attach through it. Okay, through the attach collection over here. You can just give the collection over here. I have a list. Okay, I have a list which contain all the path. If all the paths of that attachment, I want to attach 10 files. So if you want to attach 10 files, you can create a list which will contain all the path of that files, 10 files, and then you can directly pass it to attachment collection. Suppose you have a fixed place from where you want to attach different files. So you have two methods. Okay, this is for when you want to attach complete list of that list variable of the attachment paths. But if you want to attach one by one, so you can just go over here. You have to click on these three dots. You click over here. Now in the direction, you just have to give a path over here. You can give a path. Suppose I want to attach a file and I say that I want to attach, suppose this file, I will go D and I will say, suppose I want to attach, not this one. I will say that RPA study material, and suppose this one I'm attaching. Okay. So I will get this path, copy this path. I will paste the path over here, slash, and this one, rename, because I need a path and it's a doc file. It's a Microsoft doc file. So I will just give it a path over here, doc. Now I want to attach another file also, one more file. So again, I will click over here. Now, another file I can attach from anywhere. Suppose I want to attach a file from desktop. So I can attach a file from this example DT. Okay, download. Suppose download from download. I will attach this one. I have to go to the proper path. User, then I'll go to HP. Oh, sorry, default. I'll go to HP, and from here, suppose I want to attach a new path. Okay, suppose I want to attach. I'll go to desktop, and then copy this path, paste it over here, and attach any path, any file. You want to attach this one, extract. I will rename it, copy. I will just want to copy the path, and path with the file name with the extension. So file name is XLSX. So I have attached two files which are from different places, and I don't have to attach in the collection because one file is somewhere else, one file is somewhere. I don't want to create a collection first, and I just want to send it. Okay. So you have two methods to the first. So these properties, whatever property I'm going to show you. So if you see the Outlook, suppose I am sending the Outlook, send Outlook property also. Okay. So in the send Outlook property, you have few things which are common, not few, but more than few things are which are common. The first thing will be attachment. We have two methods of attaching a file. The first one is list or collection, any list or array. You can have an array of all the file name. You can have all list of all the file name. And the second one is which you want to attach individually. Doesn't matter whether it is a send Outlook or whether it is a send SMTP, or you can say that it is a send, mail with Gmail Gmail ID. Okay. So the first common thing is attach. So in the attachment, you have two methods over here. You can say that there are two methods in the attachment. One is, the first method is individual attachment. You can just give the name. You can say that, okay, first file is my something like this. Okay. And you can say that my second file is something like this and like this. Now, the second one is called collection attachment. So collection attachment doesn't mean that you have to attach a folder or you have to attach a zip file. No, you have to give either a list, an array of file path or file paths. You can just give a file path array or file path list. Okay, so you will be able to attach the file in the collection. You just have to give the variable name over here. And now in the attachment over here. Okay. The next one will be in the Outlook or in this one, there's a display name. Okay, display name is nothing but if you say that, okay, if you change the display name, the name, whatever name you want to show it over here, you can change. So it over here, that will be the display name. So I'm saying sending that, send email with Gmail account. Okay, send email with the Gmail account. So the name is changes over here. The third one, or the fourth property is called timeout property. As I told you, timeout property is like, okay, for that second, if timeout is 30 seconds, the default timeout is 30 seconds. So it will wait for 30 seconds so that your UiPath can connect with the server, whatever server you give it over here, whatever port you will give it over here, it will take 30 seconds to reach there, send an email, okay, and tell you that, okay, I already sent the mail. If within 30 seconds, by the default time, which is 30 seconds, you can change it from here. But suppose I didn't give anything over here. So within 30 seconds, if my UiPath is not able to interact with your Gmail account, okay, it will throw an error. If you think that your network is very slow, you can change the timeout also. You can say that, oh no, I don't want 30 seconds. I want it to be 40 seconds. So you have to make it 40,000. So once you make it 40,000, you have the 40 second over here. So within the 40 second, your mail will be sent. So this is timeout activity. Okay, these are common activities. Everywhere it is common. In the Outlook, only it will not ask you server name, port, email address, and password. It will never ask you because it is taking from your application. I will tell you. Okay, next. Okay, now it is body and all. We will see the body and everything now. Now, how these two are working. Okay, now let me show you. So how it sent a mail, how any application or anything sent a mail, you have a local application, suppose, or your Outlook. How Outlook is sending an email? Outlook has an Exchange server over here. Or you can say Outlook server. When you are already logging into Outlook, okay, your Outlook is in continuous, connection with your server. So it is in continuous connection with your server. When you access UiPath, okay, UiPath from Outlook, when you automate UiPath from Outlook, Outlook says, I need 4 things to connect with your server. Okay, to connect with your server. But Outlook already have those 4 things, which is your server, port, email address, pass. So these three things your UiPath take from the UiPath Outlook application. It doesn't have to go to directly, it doesn't have to ask to the server. And even in UiPath Outlook activity, UiPath Outlook activity doesn't connect directly to your server. It don't connect directly to your server. What it does basically, it connects with your application. It is just similar like you are feeding something into your application. You are not doing anything. UiPath directly interact with Outlook application and send the email. These four things, you don't have to provide it explicitly. Even if in your system, and it will send the email with that ID which is already installed or already mapped in your login application. If your Outlook, if you are login, if you are on a system, suppose you are on a system and you are login with your ID in your system. Suppose you are on your system, okay, and you are login. Okay, you are on your system and you are login with, suppose, my ID. And you are saying, oh, UiPath, please send an email. Okay, so in the Outlook, please send an email with the Outlook. So whatever email you will get, it will be from this person only, whoever is there in the setting of the Outlook, whoever is logged into setting of the Outlook. It doesn't matter. UiPath will not ask you when you are automating Outlook or you're sending an email through Outlook. UiPath will never ask you that from which ID you want to send the email. No, it will not ask you. Because the fourth thing it is getting from that application. But if you are sending through Gmail, so how it works, UiPath directly interact with server. Gmail or other exchange mail, Yahoo Mail, okay, or Gmail, other exchange server, anywhere. So your UiPath says that, okay, you want me to automate? Okay, fine. You want me to go to the server, you want me to send the email, but please provide me these four things. The first thing is, okay, which server I need to copy. So I said, okay, go to this server. Okay, now it said, okay, exchange server, fine, I will go. Which port? I said, okay, go to the port 723 or something like that. Then it will say, okay, tell me the email ID from where you want to send the email. And the fourth thing is password. Please send me the password to access your account. So these four things, it will directly go to the server. Over here, your UiPath doesn't interact with server. It never interacts with server. It directly interacts with your Outlook. It doesn't have to interact with your server because it has access for your Outlook. It will directly go to Outlook and interact with it. It doesn't interact with your server. Like UiPath doesn't interact with SAP backend. It directly interacts with SAP GUI. Okay. So this is how your server is happening. Okay. Well, this is how your UiPath is interacting with server. Okay. Now let's come back to this one, UiPath. In the Outlook, you don't have anything much more. What you have to do is you have to give the email body, you have to give the subject, you have to give the mail message which you need to forward. Okay, we'll come back to in this session only about this. You have to give the account. Suppose it happens. Suppose now you will say that, oh, you said that, it didn't ask you. It never asked you that from which account I need to send the email, but it is asking me the email over here, account over here. So there is a restriction. What is the restriction? So in your email, in your Outlook, it is possible that your Outlook has two accounts logged in. Like I also have my office account. So my account is like something like that. Then my team account is like RPA team, something like that. Okay. And I also have an organization. So organization means this thing, Pune based queries. So I have 3 accounts mapped in my Outlook. I have three email addresses map in my Outlook. That means I can send from this, I can send from this, I can send from this. So if I have 3 account map in my Outlook, these 3 account only these 3 account I can give in this input from which email ID I want to send the email. So whatever access you have in Outlook, that access you have in over here, send Outlook mail message, send Outlook mail. Otherwise, you don't have any other access. If I say that, you say that, okay, you know what, I want to send email from money account and money Outlook account. But what if my account is not mapped in your system? You are not logged in your Outlook. I'm not logged in. So it will not able to send the email. So it will be not able to send the email from my ID. Okay, it will send you, it will throw you directly the error. And also send on behalf, like, okay, you must have see if you are working in a company or now or in the future, you're going to see one email that, okay, suppose you have a VC, VC in your company. Okay, so the you can say assistant of that VC will send an email like, okay, subject this one on behalf of. So that is on behalf of. On behalf of is also you can send, only you can send when the email ID is mapped on your system. Always remember. For account means from which account you want to send. Now in your Outlook, there can be 2 account, there can be 3 account, there can be 4 account mapped. So from which account you want to send, and on behalf of will tell you that, okay, you are sending, sender is you only, but on behalf of whom you are sending. And that in the both condition, the first one, account condition, second one, on behalf of condition, this email ID should be mapped in your system. That email ID should be mapped in your system. Okay. So this is how your in account work basically. Now, let's come to this one. Important, whether that mail is important, high or low, what the importance of that email. If you mark high, that email will look like something, there will be a dot that it is high, a red flag will be there that it is high. Normal or low, you want to make it. This is very important. Is body STM? Okay. Now, suppose you have emails. Okay, now you got it. Reply to. Is draft will tell you reply to. Reply to means, suppose you got a message. Okay. Reply to message will work like, suppose you want to reply on top of a mail. You don't want that, okay, that you don't want to send a new email. You are saying that I want to reply on top of a mail. You don't want to reply on that. You don't want to send a new email. You want to send a mail on top of some mail. So what you have to give it, you have to give reply to email ID. So reply to email ID, sorry, this is forward when you want to forward to someone. Reply to is a property in Outlook. It's like you have sent an email. Suppose you have sent an email. Okay, you have sent an email to me. Suppose I will show you like how reply to work basically. So suppose you have sent an email to me. Okay, this is my mailbox. You have sent an email to me from, I got an email to me from AMC. I got an email. Now, when I am trying to reply, when I click reply, and if it's reply to, it's set, suppose RTS. That means I'm saying that, okay, I have sent you an email. When you reply on this email, it will not come to me. It will not come to me. Either it will go to RTS. It will reply to RTS. Okay. So how reply to work is, you have sent an email. There is an email. You have sent an email with this ID. You have sent an email with this ID. Now your reply to ID is this. So you said, I'm sending you email ID with this. I'm sending an email with this ID. When I will reply, the email will go to this person. Okay. So these are the basic functionality of Outlook. This thing is the Outlook functionality. Okay. So now you can give a reply to over here. So when I will give a reply to over here, suppose you are getting is this email. Okay, this email, you are getting this email, you got this email, and you say, oh, so suppose I'm sending this email from demo UiPath 77 @gmail.com. Suppose I'm sending outlook.com. Suppose this is outlook.com. I'm sending the email from this ID. Okay, I sent you an email from this ID, but in reply to, I have marked zr.com. Okay, my reply to ID is something else. That means when you will get this email, and you will reply, you will click on the reply button of that email. In your toolbox, you will see this email ID, not my email ID. That means I will not get this email, reply email. If you reply on top of this email, I will not get this email. This ID will get the email. That is a reply to property. Okay, now receive, you know that BCC, CC, and to. So I don't have to tell you like this. Okay, now this one is simple. Outlook is pretty simple. Outlook is pretty simple. You don't have to give it over here anything. You don't have to, you don't have to think about server. You don't have to think about Gmail. Sorry, you don't have to think about port. You don't have to think about email. You don't have to think about password. But now I will come back to body, and body is HTML. Okay, we'll come back once we send the email. I will show you the difference. Now let's talk about Gmail. So in Gmail, you have 4 things which you have to give, which without that, your email, sending an email is not possible in a Gmail. Okay. Now, slowly, we are coming out of application-based email to the web-based email. We are coming to the server-based email. In the starting, people used to use a lot Outlook. They're using, Outlook. Now every company is replacing with Gmail or some their mail, but not application-based, server-based email, so that they can access from anywhere. They don't have to additionally install an application and do it like that. They can install it from anywhere. Okay. Now, what you have over here is you have 4 things which are different. That's one is host. This host tab, which is a different. Forward is like when you want to forward an email to someone. Okay. So it will tell you that also will tell you. Okay. Now this is 4. This is host, which is the hosting email. Like, okay, Gmail is host. So you will have to give the server, you have to give the port. Now, log on. So who is log on? Email and the password. Log on means किसकी ID से login करके मैं काम करूं. Suppose it will go to server. No problem with that. Okay. With that port, your UiPath is here. Okay. And this is your server. Okay. So your UiPath is over here. Oh my God, what I made? Some bizarre drawings. Okay. So your UiPath is over. Okay. Now you are saying that, okay, please go to the server. You said, okay, server, you gave it imps.com. You said, okay, fine. This is the server. Use this server. Okay. Use this server. And port, you said, okay, 493. Sorry, try version 493. But when you went to this port, you realize that, oh, I'm on the door. Now it is telling you, okay, you are inside a server now. No problem with that. But now whose email ID and password you're gonna use? Whose email ID and password you're gonna use? You have to play in it ground inside that ID. So what you will do, you have to give the third and fourth thing over here, which is email and password. These are the email and password which your Gmail or any other server base will access. That you don't have any thing to do with your, you don't have anything to do with your email and password. You can't configure. You can't say, okay, in my system, I'm logging with Outlook ID of RemGym, and with the help of UiPath, I want to send, I want to send the email with the ID of Akash. It can't be possible. It is impossible to do that thing in the Outlook with the UiPath. It is not possible. What is not possible? Like suppose you are over here UiPath. Okay. Now you have Outlook over here. Oh my God, what I made. Outlook, this is very bizarre. Now over here, you log in with, I'm logging with RemGym ID. Okay, over here I'm logging with the Gemini ID, and I want with the Outlook, I want to send an email. I want to send an email, okay, with ID of which is Outlook. Okay, I'm doing out. It is impossible. If this is one system, it is impossible. It is not possible. Okay, so what you have to do over here, you don't have a liberty to map different IDs. In the UiPath, you say, okay, I want to send with the ID of, and in my system, I'm logging with it. No, but in the server, you have the liberty to do that thing. In the server, you have the liberty to do that thing because you can give the username and password over here. Okay. Apart from that, rest of the things, stories are same almost. Okay. So this is your password and username to access that Gmail or anything. Okay. You're gonna run your bot from the VDI. You're not gonna run your bot from your system, right?
Yeah.
So in the VDI, that VDI or that robot you have to create a separate ID or any ID. If you are using any Outlook ID, suppose you are using a common Outlook ID, then you have to configure that Outlook ID into all of that machines or all of that VDIs from where you want to run the robot.
Okay.
So you have to, suppose you have to create, how we created till now in different companies, okay, what my experience is, we have created basically this kind of robots, UiPath, or we give it our, code name or something like 77, okay, and then we say that, okay, Outlook.com. We gave this, we created this ID from the Outlook for our robot. Now we have different, suppose we have different VDI. This is one VDI, this is another VDI, this is another VDI, pardon for my drawing, I'm a science student. Now, you have to log into all of them with this Outlook. You have to basically, we call it, so you have to configure your Outlook with this email ID before running the robot, which is accessing your Outlook, so that you can use this Outlook ID. So that you can run everywhere. When you are creating your robot, suppose when you are creating your robot, you have login with some you are testing, or you are created your Outlook, your bot, and you are logging in your system. You are logging with suppose money@outlook.com something. Okay, now you went to VDI and you start running your process. And when you are running your process, your Outlook getting fail. It is showing that not able to send an email with this ID, not able to send an email with this ID. You will be frustrated that, okay, what is happening? In my system, it was working fine. Like it's like I am able to log in into Gmail, but when I'm going to your machine, I'm not able to log in into Gmail. It should not be like that. Okay. So always create a common ID for sending an email from your bot, and always that ID should be mapped in every developer's laptop, so that if they test with this ID, then now in Outlooks they can, again they don't have to, always reconfigure the ID. They will test in their local environment. They test in their local environment, directly publish it to the VDI and run it in the VDI. Got it?
See, normally if we send a communication in case of any delivery failure scenarios, we do get notified. But here, it would, even if the mail bounces, it would directly go to UiPath 77. So it means that we'll have to monitor all failure scenarios as well in that case.
Yes, that's why your UiPath 77@outlook.com, it will be configured in every developer's process. Okay, and if it is failed, you will get a mail that you are failing at this one, at this stage. So the developer will get to know that, oh, this is my process, because you will have a process number. You will say that, like, I have my process number, suppose my company name underscore the process name, the user story name, or the process number. It will like 007 28 109, and so I will get a every developer will get in that Outlook email, that every developer will get, oh, this is my process. Then they will work on that process, publish it, and run it again. So this is how it works basically. Okay.
Got it.
I will be there once you will be developing. So In the starting days, I can tell you that what to do in proper way. Because
We would have to actually look out from the best practices point of view as well.
definitely, definitely. Yeah, that's the idea. That's you. It's not like that. Okay, you are. That's why I'm telling you that. Okay, you are testing in your local with your local ID, and then in VDI you have different ID. And even though in the VDI, suppose you say, okay, in VDI we will have a different Outlook. So I saw in some companies what they do in the first they have ID. Suppose this ID is 71 ID, then it has 72 ID, then it has 73 ID, then it has 74 ID. Okay, and now they are testing with suppose 71 ID. They said, okay, I have my 71 ID over here mapped and I running it. They run it and then they publish it to VDI. It run fine. It run completely fine in this VDI. But suppose someday this VDI urgently required maintenance. Okay. And you are running the robot. You said, okay, I will shift the robot to the next VDI. But you forgot that, okay, there is a small thing is called mail. In place of 77, you have 71 over here, 72 over here, 73 over 70 over. So you will say, oh, my robot is failing every time. Why am my robot is failing every time? Because your ID is a little bit different over here. So you have to, all the VDIs should have one common robot ID. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is one of the best practices. Now, okay, so Outlook automation or Excel automation, Outlook automation, or selectors are one of the most important thing of your any automation because everywhere it will be used. Oh, it's raining outside. Good. So everywhere it will be used over here. Okay. So the first thing, let's see how it works basically. So first, whenever you, let's go back to my module, what I'm saying over here in the module. Okay. Now, forgot everything about this. Save attachment, send email and all these things are there. Okay. Now, whenever you are sending an email, okay, there are few things which you need to make sure whenever you are sending a server-based email. Okay, server-based email. First thing what you will do, okay, you have to enable IMAP or POP3. Suppose you are sending through POP or Gmail or IMAP or something like that. So there are two settings. The first setting is from your Gmail account, and the second setting is that your security setting, which you have to enable. Okay, because you are accessing a server. So what you have to do is go to your Gmail, or I'm on the Gmail. What I have to do, go to your account section. Okay, first thing, go to your setting, click on this one, see all setting. Okay, and over here you can see forward or POP IMPS. See, this is server based. In the application base, you don't have to do anything. In the application base, you don't have to do all these settings because your UiPath is not accessing server. Your UiPath is accessing your Outlook application, and Outlook application is already in continuous connection with your server, so you don't have to do anything. Okay, so when I'm doing a server base, this is one of the this is the toughest one because whenever you go to whenever you will go to Google and you will search that, okay, email automation, everywhere you will find Outlook automation as a email automation. Outlook automation is as a email automation, which is not true because Outlook automation is a small part. When you see a big picture, you have server-based automation where you have to make sure the setting is true. The setting is enabled. All the settings are enabled. Make sure that you know the server, you know the port, you know the email ID and password over there. Okay. So now over here in the forwarding and POP IMPS, what you have to do is you have to enable POP for all email. First thing what you will do, you click on the enable. The second thing is IMAP is enabled. You have to click on the email. It will be disabled by default. You have to click on the enable IMAP. So when you are done with these two things, go down and press save changes. This is the first setting. I repeat, the first setting is you have to go to setting all and enable forward and POP mail. Enable this thing, enable POP of all mail and enable IMAP. Okay, enable POP and enable IMAP. So there you can go, and the last one you can say save email. Okay. This is the first setting. The second setting, what you have to do is, now, okay, I said my Outlook, I said, okay, IMAP, I enabled the IMAP property. I enabled that, okay, anybody can enable this thing. IMAP can be enabled. Okay. I said, fine. The fine one is fine. But Google is not a company which think that other companies are worth of it, or, humse koi bada hai. So there is a thing called security. There's a thing, when you go to security, click on the security, there's a thing called less secure app. So what is less secure app? Like suppose UiPath and everything is a less secure app for this Google. Okay, Google for Google, everything is a less secure app. So you have to enable, you have to turn on over here. Click on the turn on access. You have to, it is asking me that, okay, can I send you a text mail? I will say, okay, because I have two-step verification I have on. Okay, so I will get a message. I'm waiting for the message. Come on, give me the message. Yep, I got the message. And this one is, okay, so it's my 927814. Okay, now less secure app you have to allow, which means your Google account a less secure app can access, like UiPath or any automation tool, or Python script when you are writing with a Python. These two settings mean these two settings are enabling. The first setting enable that, okay, you can send with the IMAP technology. Okay, the first thing is done. The second thing, you are saying to Google that, okay, a less secure app can also access my account. So like this. Okay, now you can send, if you want to send 1,000 email, you can send 1,000 email. You want to send 1 lakh email, you can send, okay, 1 lakh email, and make sure then Kangana Ranaut will not come back to you saying that Ritik ne mere ko 1,000 email bheje ek raat mein. So this is the thing. So you can do two settings are done. Once you are done with these two settings, it's completely fine. Okay, now you are ready to send an email. Okay, now fine. I can give body, I can give subject, I can mail message. I don't want to forward it right now. Okay, from where I will get this port and server. So from where I will get this port and server. And email, fine, I can give the email. So what is my email? My email over here is demo, demo UiPath 77. So I can give an email over here. I'll give an email. I will say that demo UiPath 77 @gmail.com. Okay, save. What is my password? I have to give my password. So I have wrote it because I always forget the password. So I have to see my password. This is my password. Okay, Control C, copy. Okay, my password is, also I have my password. I can take it from secure string, which is from orchestrator, but for right now, I will take a password from here. So I got my username and password, done. I map it. So my Gmail, this ID will be accessible. My Gmail can be closed. It should not like it. It's not like that. The Gmail can close, no problem. Doesn't matter. If I directly give you this email ID and password and you send it from your laptop, it will send. Don't worry. You don't have to log in into this. But for Outlook, it is very important. For Outlook, it is very important because everything it takes from that system. So from that system, it should be it should be logging into that system to get. Okay. Now your email is done. Your password is done. Now your port. So from where I'm going to get this port and server, I'll go over here. Sorry, not go over here. I'll go over here where you can see your module 5, and I gave already in your module 5, I gave these two things. The first one is called IMAP. The second one is POP. So I can copy this one. Okay. I can copy this one. So I have to just copy this URL, copy this URL. Okay. Paste it over here. Directly paste it over here. Now you will see IMAP. Okay. And there's incoming and outgoing settings. So incoming means whether you want to get the email means the email which you are, whatever property you are doing it for the get or to send. So outgoing is send. So I will say I'm using SMTP. I will copy this one because I'm using SMTP, copy this one and paste send because this is SMTP email. Okay. So copy the one and that is the server. So you have to, because it is a string, it should be under quotes, inside a quote, and paste it. And once you paste it, it's like this. Now I have to get the port. So I want to get the port. So port is, I can add this port or this port, it doesn't matter. So I will take the first port, 465. I took the 465 port. This URL you will find, it is the integer, so you can directly paste it. These two things you will find in my PPT. So in my PPT, it is already there. Okay, this URL is there. You just have to copy paste it. For POP, you have to copy paste it for the Exchange server, basically. Okay, now these two things are done. Okay, you got this one. Now what it is asking me? It is asking me, okay, to whom I want to send the email. I said, okay, send an email from demo UiPath 77. Okay, fine. Now port, fine. Server, fine. So let's say, can anybody ping me their email ID, the Gmail ID, or where they can check whether it is sending an email or not? You must have the Gmail ID, right? You all will have a Gmail ID. Can you ping me an email ID? Okay, you can check your email. Okay, Anshul, once it will send the email. So I'll say that, okay, send an email from here. So this is your Gmail ID. If anybody else want to Gmail ID, anybody else want an email, you can send me you can ping the email address over here. Okay. Now I send the email. Okay. Now subject, I didn't send the email. I map your to email over here. Now subject, I will give it a subject. I will say that this is testing email is delete it. Okay, I said the subject. This is just a common subject, normal subject. Okay. Now your body. Now you're in the body. You can give. There are two kind of text in any email. There are two kind of text. The first email text which you will see in a Gmail will be like this kind of text. Okay, just give me a second. Let me close this one. In the first email, you will see a simple text, normal, like. Oh my God, I got a too many. Okay. Simple email, plain text, this kind of text. This kind of text you will get in a simple email. Okay. And another one is where you will have this kind of text, which is, nicely dressed. You will get table, italic, bold, everything in the body of email. So there are two kinds of email bodies. The first one is called plain text. Okay. The first one is called plain text. Plain text means you will have an email like, hello, how are you? This is a plain text email. The second kind of email body will be like it is saying, hello, there's a table, blah, 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 lot of talks. Then, okay, this is a little bit, okay. Now, again, you will have something like that and something in the bold, like this. Something like, and then it will be like simple, regards. Okay, this will be suppose second email kind of thing. So you have two email. The first one is called plain text and the second one is called HTML email. It is not like this. This mail is not like plain text email. Actual email, it is not getting this email as this email. It is not getting like this email. It is getting like H1 and then it will be hello. So it will show as a H1. Okay. So it will be done like this. Then it will be like line break. And then in the second line, it will be like suppose, table is there. So it will be table. Then TH. Then TR, table row. Sorry, table row should be first, but yeah. And then it will be table data. And there will be data. Then it will be table data close. Then it will be like this. So your HTML format will be like this. You will see you will be seeing your mail body like this. That is this one is HTML body. So you can write a mail body as a plain text, simple plain text, like this. Like this. It's a plain text. Okay? This is a plain text. This is what you can see is a plain text. And the second one will be like this. You can write like this, which will be visible to you like here. Now, this is when you want to send one-to-one email, okay? One-to-one email. Now I want to send to many people. So I will put to and आपको यहाँ पे semicolon. and add the another ID. Okay, you can add as many as the ID you want to add. I'm adding 2 right now. Okay, so I'm saying that my is body is not tick. I'm saying for the testing purpose, I'm saying that, okay, my subject is this, everything is over here, my body, I will write something on my body. So I can write over here in my body, suppose I'm writing, just click on these 3 dots. It was there, like I'm saying, hello, dear, please kill the boss. No, please, what to write? Please send me the report by EOD. Welcome to the corporate office. And then thanks and regards. And then we'll say that demo. Fine. And then you will get this kind of email. Okay. So this is the email which you're going to get. Okay. Okay. Then we will say that, okay, fine. Now we can save it. So this is the star mark. You can see that means your document is not saved. You click on the save button. And when I press run file, okay, it's going to access, could not find this document. Oh, because I have attached it, right? Oh, it is not able to find this attachment. That means this document is not their business process, RPA business process, study material, RPA business process. Oh, I wrote this much, huh? You guys gonna get a good thing, okay? Don't worry. Okay, just right click, property, I want to see full name. Oh, DOCX, it is DOCX. So it should be DOCX, okay? And this is XLS, I hope. These are the 2 things, okay? Now, I don't want to close this one. Okay, now I will run it now. Okay, now it is accessing. Boom, sent. Okay, so it sent you the email. So now every one of you guys, you can see your email, and in the send box, in the send, it's already sent the email to you guys. 2 documents. The first document is very important. Read it for yourself. Okay, this is a gift from me to yourself. Okay. So this is RPA business. Yeah. So this has the information about RPA, a little bit more information about RPA in the depth. So payroll processing, these are the example of business processes. What happens in the business process, final agreement, compliance reporting, and all this process fitness. What you will say that, okay, the process fit for the automation. So these are few over here. Okay, standard. Stability. So how you can see that stable is there, number of screen. It depends on stability, depends on number of screen, type of application. When you are thinking about that to automate a process, you have to check these 4 criteria. By using 2-factor automation potential, these are the 4 process can be split into 4. No RPA, semi-automation, no RPA, semi-automation, high cost automation, and zero touch automation. These are the things. So this is a depth knowledge of RPA. Okay, so you must have got the first mail. Good. I'm very happy that you got the first mail. Okay, now the another thing. Let's go to the another thing. Let's see what else I can do. Now, I don't want to send these. Let's suppose I want to add more other one. Okay, but in the mail body, it's completely dry. We are Indians and we are hostel guys, so we don't like dry day also or not dry email also. In the mail body, as I said, this will be a plain text. It will always send as a plain text. Over here, it will be sent as a plain text, and you will not happy with that. Oh, I don't like the plain text. So I want to send it as a, some spicy, like it should be very, this should be, dear should be, there should be something good over here. This should be look something good, something thanks and regard should be at least bold. Okay, send thanks and regard should be at least bold. Okay, so to send that one, what I will do, I will create this whole text into a HTML text. How I can do is, wherever you have line break, please add BR and BR. If you want to learn good Outlook automation, okay, please read HTML also, basic HTML. I hope you all know basic HTML. Okay, so for the line break, BR, by EOD, send the report by EOD. Okay, so I will say EOD as a, I want to, it should be a hard text, bold text. And thanks and regard, I can make it italic. I don't know how to make italic. I think it's an I, right? Yes, if it is I, then it will be like I. Okay, now, cool. Now, I will attach another document. Suppose this is a document, I will attach another document. Can anybody tell me, can anybody send me the other email IDs? You're gonna get SAP automation document. Introduction to UiPath. It will be better, right? This material will be better. This is the additional material, okay? Please share this material with your whole team. This is introduction to UiPath. It's more basic than whatever you have got till now. It's in complete depth, okay? And the first document which I have sent, RPA business process, it is for the BA, for the business analyst. So this document definitely gonna help you and your seniors to, think that which process can be automated, which can't be automated, okay, and how to give the estimation numbers. Okay, so let me check. Okay, now I can see in the to email. Now I don't want to use this to, I don't want to write it hard coded. So what I will do, let's take one thing and I will make in the activity, I will say, I want to take multiple assign. Multiple assign is for the assigning, multiple values. So I will say the two over here, two emails I gave. Always remember the first letter should be small, then it should be another word should be capital, okay? The first email is, now I said like this. Now, okay, now the first email is of Siddharth. Now second email is of, suppose, Rimjim. Let's take this one, copy this one, and I just sent a one email. Okay, I will not send that Excel file, which is no use. So in place of this two, I can replace with two email. I can replace with subject also. Don't worry about it. Okay, I can replace with this subject also with the variable anything. Okay. Now the first thing is I said my body is HTML. If I don't tell my body is HTML, if I don't tick mark this as a true, then whatever mail you will get, it will have the body like this. I don't want the body like this. I want it to be better. So I will say my body is HTML. Yes, my body is HTML. Okay. And in the reply to, I would say that when you reply to, the mail should go, try to reply on this email. The mail should go to Akash. Okay. In the reply to, I copy the mail ID of Akash. And now let's send this one, right? Let's run the file. I'm running the file. Oh, I can't find this one because this is DOCX. It is DOCX, not DOCS. X. Okay, talks. Come on, let's send the email. Got it. The email is done. In the output, you can see in the 6 minutes it's done. And over here, if I go, it's sent to, okay. This is sent to, okay. Now, mail by this one. Now you can see reply to is Akash. Can you reply on that email? Can you please reply on that email, which you got it now? And it is sending you the email ID of, it is showing you the email ID. When you are replying it, it is showing the email ID of, yes. So when you are trying to reply to me, you are not able to reply to me. You are replying it to basically. So explicitly, if you want to send it to me back, means you want to send some answer to me back directly, what you have to do is you have to replace my ID over there. Okay. So this is how you can send an email. And if you will see, thanks and regard, you will see over here, you see, it is in bold letter. This is a little bit italic. Okay, you can see my screen. This is a little bit italic. I have to make some, more good thing over there, which I forgot. In the body also, I have to make break over here. Should be BR. Should be BR, break, BR. Over here also, I have to make a BR, done. So it will be like break. Otherwise, it will not, it didn't break it over here. So it doesn't matter. Earlier, the break was not here. That means it will not consider this break, which is you can see over here, as a break, because earlier it was like this. It will not consider it as a break. For that, because I said it's a body is HTML, so it will consider everything will be mentioned over there. So if you don't say there's a break, line BR, it will never consider it as line break. It will consider it as a one line. That's why whatever you saw over here, that has a continuous one line. Got it? So this is your send email with Gmail or send email anywhere. Okay.
I was the Gmail accounts for some of our customers. Actually, our official mail comes on Gmail. So for us, the accounts get configured by the cloud teams. So we usually do not have access to the setting which you changed for that POP and IMAP. So have you encountered such things for any of the other projects? If yes, then how is it tackled?
So what you have to do is you have to ask your IT team to do that thing, because why they don't do it? Because they think that, okay, if you are marking where you are marking in your Gmail ID, okay, you are saying that less secure app can access my Outlook or my Gmail.
Not that one.
Yes.
In your forwarding and POP IMAP setting in your Gmail settings.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. That why they don't do it? Why they don't do these kind of thing, or enable less secure app to access? They don't do. This is also Gmail part. This is also a Gmail part which you have to do. These are two settings. Okay. Why they don't do it? By default, it is disabled and this is off. So why they don't do it? Because anybody can access your email if that is a good hacker. It's a limited normal hacker. They can access it. So for that timing, what you have to tell to your IT team, or you have to create a robot which will enable this thing for that time.
Okay.
And then send an email and then again go back and disable. You have to disable it otherwise. Or you have to create a ID for a robot which will be dedicated only for ID of the robot. It will not have any data, your related data. It will just be responsible for sending an email. It sent an email, done. Doesn't matter after that. And you can mention the reply to on that. So whenever you send the email, reply to ID will be there. So when customer will reply, it will come to your Outlook. We encountered this thing. Don't worry, we encountered this thing when we were sending an email through a robot email, and customer were sending their PO on our robot ID, and we were very confused. Every developer was getting PO ID. Then our manager came, and they that manager, they shouted, they are just replying, and as we are thinking that, oh, they have brain, they know this is robot, but they don't know their thing. They just reply. Okay, we ask them, please send these information. They send on the robot ID because they just do reply, and so we have to do the reply to activity over there also, and we have to ask our IT team to please enable this thing for that account. So it will continuously enable for that account. Okay.
And the organizational limitations which usually are applied for all employee related mails, that filters will not work for these bots in this case if it is sending out any sensitive information.
Yes, it will not. It will not. It will be like only for sending an email. It will not send an email to, it will not access any your employee's account. It will not access on any your employee, any information. It will just use for sending the email. Okay. And then you can move it to some folder and delete it. It's better. You send an email. Okay. You send that email and delete the email, or move that email to some other folder, and then delete the folder at the end of everything. Okay. So this is one approach you can do that. Okay, you send the email, the bot confirm that email is sent, you save the email, you save that email, you save that email and delete that email from the Gmail account. You save it in local folder, shared drive, or then delete the email from the server. So that is also one option. Okay, might be it is going over your head. But so this is the option where you can send the email. Okay, fine. Sending the email is easy. No problem with that. Sending an email is easy. Okay, everybody can do it. Sending the email and this part of thing. So in the sending email, you have to do this thing. No, fine. This is fine. This is fine. Fine. The sending the email is done. Now, what to do with the get email? Okay, so we'll come back to the space. This is when you want to send the email. Okay, now what if we want to get the email? Okay, if you want to get the email, so similar thing, what we will do, we'll create a sequence, normal sequence. Okay, and we'll do that. Okay, get email. Okay, and in the get email, we'll add something. Okay, now again, what I will do, I will go over here, and why don't I use multiple assign like this? Multiple assign like this, and in the multiple assign, what I will assign, the first variable I'm going to create is 2, not 2. I will say server. Okay, and server is here. Now I will say another thing is Control K, and I will say port. I'm gonna say port, and I'm gonna say that email ID basically. Email, and in the password, I'm gonna give the fourth one that is called password. Okay, now I can create port should be an integer value, so I'll make it int. Okay, now apart from that, everything is fine. Now let's get the server detail. Okay, so in this one, I told you like, okay, these are the things. Okay, now it was for SMTP. Incoming emails are IMAP, like IMAP. Outgoing is SMTP, send mail transfer protocol. Accept protocols like this is incoming mail accept protocol. I don't know the full form properly, but it's incoming mail, and S stands for send side. Okay, now I need this server, this port, this server for incoming the emails. Okay, so I will take that. For the incoming email, you need a server, that is the server. Which port I'm gonna use? I can use this port 993 over here. So I will copy this port and I will paste the port detail over here. Oh, it's just integer value. So I will just put the port detail over here. Again, email ID, which email ID I'm gonna use from this email ID, I want to get all the information. So I will get this email ID. I'll just paste it over here. Done. And the password, I will get it from here. My password is very simple. Make this password copy, and I have this password for over here, and just paste it password. Now I have 4 things: server, port, email, password. These are the 4 things which I required everywhere, in the email automation when you are doing with the server. As I said, application is easy, pretty easy. You don't have to give anything. That's the problem. You don't have to give anything. You don't have to do any configuration. Drag, use it. Done. It's like read range. You don't have to do anything. You just read the Excel file, give a path, read the Excel file. Even though there you have to give a path, but in the in application-based mail automation, you don't have to do anything actually. So you will write mail in the Gmail. No,
not Gmail. If we are going for the Outlook.
Yes, your application should be open. In some UiPath version, it is not required to your application should be open, but in some version, your output or your Outlook need to be open. So what is the reason behind this is that your Outlook should be connected to the Exchange server that time. Okay, because what happens when you close your email, suppose your Outlook is not open. Okay, if your Outlook is not open, your Outlook server is this. Okay, when your Outlook is not open, then there is a connectivity is disconnected. Your UiPath will able to connect with Outlook, but not send the email because your Outlook will be not open because your Outlook is not connected to the server. But if your UiPath, your Outlook is open, it can send the email. So basically the actual purpose of this is to send the email from the server indirectly or directly. So it is basically indirectly sending. When it is the application-based Outlook or email automation, then it is dependent on your application. So application should be open that time. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Now you have Gmail automation. Okay. Gmail. We can rename it. So I'll go to project. I will give a rename. I'll go to rename and I'll give it a name like send mail. Oh, sorry, get mail. Get mail. Let's give it a get mail. Okay, and I will give automation. I'll give it a automation. Okay. Now I will go to activity panel. I will type mail, and over here you have send SMTP. No, you don't want to send. You have get IMAP. You can use this get IMAP. Okay. So I'm using this get IMAP mail. So I have get IMAP mail. Okay. So everything from which mailbox you want to get the emails, I want to get it from inbox. So let's say my port. So I gave it port. I have a variable called port. I gave the port. It's asked me server. I gave the basic information server. Which email. I gave the basic information email. It asked me the password. I gave the password. Okay. These are all the things which I've done. Okay. Now these are all the things which till now is important. So it got the email. So how it get the email? Okay, we'll come back to these options also, don't worry. So the most important thing over here is how many emails you want. Okay, these are order by email, order by date. So you want the newest emails. Okay, I said newest one, give me the first one. Server connection automatically. If your network, if your internet is there, so it will directly automatically connect to that server. If you want to make your, say SSL on connect or like that kind of connection, I don't know. And the thing is you have to make it on, none offly. Sorry, you have to make it automatically. The connection should be automatically. Okay. Now, top 30 means you want top 30 email. How many email you want to read? So I want to read top 30 emails only. Okay. If you say, oh, I need email, of today date only. So there you have to give the filter expression in this one. So filter expression, you have to, search in Google basically that not what is filter expression, but expression is like where it will be written like email date is equal to then, today date. So it will be written over there. You can give filter like this. Okay. Or you can say date or subject. You can say that if subject contain test, then get the email. Okay. So you can say top 30 for the testing purpose. I will take top 10 because it takes time to read the email. Okay. I will take top 10 and I'm saying that, you know what, please read only unread email messages. So I say, no, I don't want to read only unread. I want to read all the messages and then mark all the messages as read messages. Okay. After reading those emails, it will mark all these emails, whatever emails I have in my this one ID. So these are unread emails, unread email, unread. It will mark it as read emails. It will mark it as a read email. Okay. So these are all emails. Okay. Now, what we have to do. Now it will read the emails fine. And at the end, where it gonna save. So how it gonna save is, it gonna save all the emails, whatever email I got, into a list of mail messages. It gonna read all the emails as a list message. Means it will have a list which will contain all the mail messages. Okay, I can save it, Control K, create a variable and write messages over here. So with the help of this, you will get all the emails inside this variable, which is messages variable, and its type is list. And inside a list, it is system.net.mail message. System.net, not web. System.net.mail.messages. Okay, so it will get all the messages and store it inside a list as a collection. Okay, if you don't have doubt, so what we will do, we'll read this email. Now, how to read? You all know that, okay, how to read a collection. So you have for each loop for it. So you will drag for each loop for it, drag it over here. You want to iterate because this output of this is a collection. So you want to see all the collections. So you will go messages. Okay. And in the messages, your type argument will be system.net because this collection is made up of mail messages, or as a mail messages, simple mail messages. This collection is made up of system.net.mail.mail messages. So what you have to do is you'll go over here in the type argument, you will go to browse of type, and over here just type messages. Okay, message. Now Google, oh, it's mail message, not message. It's a mail message. Type mail message. Type mail message, and you can find two: system.net, system.web.mail.mail message, system.net.mail.mail message. So you will get this one. Okay, so your type argument will be, and click outside. Now click on this. Your type argument is mail message. Okay. Okay. Now I will change this name. It should not be item. I will call it message. I call it message like this. Okay. Now I want to see the information of this mail messages. So what I will do, I will take a message box, or instead of message box, I don't want to press click. I will take right. Okay, right line. I will take a right line, and in the right line, I will do one thing. I will say message, and what I want to read, I want to see the subject of the mail. So I will see the subject of the mail, only subject of the email. Okay. Now I will run this one and I will show you how it is running for you. Okay. These are the emails which it gonna read. Once it gonna, it's read, what is showing? Invalid credential. Oh, why it was invalid credential are true, no problem. But the thing is, it is not able to connect with my Gmail. Why it is not able to connect with my Gmail? Let's see why it is stuck to my screen. This, yeah, less secure app is off. So I have to on it. Otherwise it will show you credential is not correct. And you will say that, oh, every time credential is not correct, you know, then you have to enable it. Now, if I run it now, let's see, run it now. Your robot started. It's running. See, no problem with that. 10 emails only. There are 10 emails which you need to read. So I think I have to refresh it. Yeah, you can see it's disabled. Yeah, this one is also done. Okay, now done. And this one should also, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it should go like that. Refresh it, refresh it, refresh it. Oh, it read. How many emails? Oh, 2, 3 emails are here also. So it read. I'm here also. We'll see that which emails it had read. So in the output, you will see all the, oh, critical security messages are 3. So that's why. So last message was UiPath error summary of tenant. So this is UiPath error summary of tenant. It didn't mark it as email. That's what I'm saying, thinking. Why it didn't message it? I said mark as read. It should have marked it as read. I need to refresh it properly.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP GUI scripting mode is commonly used with UiPath for automation? Option A, active mode. Option B, passive mode. Option C, hybrid mode. Option D, dynamic mode. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master automating tasks with SAP? Our RPA UiPath with SAP Automation course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into RPA UiPath and SAP Automation. It's like a toolbox for streamlining processes, from routine tasks to complex workflows in SAP. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly know the field. Your instructors are experienced professionals here to guide you and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course to be incredibly useful. Best part, it's super affordable. This great learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a pro in RPA UiPath with SAP Automation? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
I don't know why it is not marking. Maybe some issue. Oh, this is the email. Okay. So we have 3 emails over here, 1, 2, and 2 emails over here. This became 5 plus these emails. So it became like that, or 9 or something like that. Okay. So you have all the emails over here. It is marking it as, unread. So these contain 3 emails. So it will not mark this as an email because this will become cross the limit. Like 10 email, this is 9 over here, this 3, it will become 12. No, it will read the last one, the last one. So it will be the last one. This one will mark as read, but these 2 will not mark it as read. Okay. So you have all the messages over, all the messages you read over here. Okay. I have one thing over here, which I think I forgot to tell you. Now in send email with Gmail, you have 2 things. One is separate attachment. Good, no problem. Separate attachment is done. Now, when I want to attach collection, suppose I want to attach a folder, complete folder I want to attach. Okay. Suppose you have a assignment folders, a lot of things over here. Suppose you have a folder. I will create one folder, one test folder I can create. Suppose I have a folder. Let's create a folder. I say test folder. Okay. Inside this, my test will be like this. Okay, 1.3 code. Okay, inside this test folder, I have pretty few things. I have rich text also. I have Excel file also. Okay, I want to send these all files. So I will not attach over here the folder. It's not a better option to attach the folder. Okay, it's not better to attach the folder over here. So in this folder, okay, now in this folder we have different files. ID folder. I have my test folder. So in this folder we have different files. I want to attach these all files into over here. I want to send it as a complete collection. I don't want to send it as a one by one thing. Okay. So how to do this one? So we'll go over here. I need to read these all files. Okay. So first I will go for each. I will take a for each over here. I'll drag it and I want to read all the files inside this folder. Okay. It can be next day, suppose inside this folder, you have 10 files. Now today 3, tomorrow 5, 10, then again 2 files, then again like that file. Okay. And you want to attach all the files inside this folder. So how to get a file inside a folder? That is called directory. You will say directory dot get files. I said get files. This function will give me all the files. Now I have to type argument. My type argument should be a string value. The moment I put the string value, fine, I got the string value. But it is showing me error. What is showing me? I haven't give the path. So I have to give, okay, fine. Okay, so I have to give this path also. I will copy this path and paste it over here. This thing, okay, I don't need for each loop for it. Okay, I'm sorry. I take a assign, or I take assign over here. Okay, I want files. Okay, all the files which is inside this directory, get all the files, get files inside this directory and send and store it inside this files function, files variable. Okay, now there is an error. What is the error? Error is that this thing will give me an array of string. Okay, it will give me array of string. How? It will give me this path plus this file name, then comma, this path plus this file name, comma, path plus this file name. That means it will give me an array basically. It is giving me a file name. So it will, how it gonna give me? It will give me like this array, then first path, path 1, path 2, path 3, and then like this. So, and my files is variable, obvious string type. I have to convert these files into a array of string. So I have converted into array of string, and now my file is over here. Okay, I have array of string. My file is there, and pretty good, no problem with that. Okay, I got it. Now, what I have to do is I have to give this variable, the files variable, in file collection. The moment I give the files in file collection, it will send. But now I have a problem. I have an attachment also. I have file. In attachment collection, I also have the variable, which is, array of all the files in folder. So what I need to do is I need to delete this thing first. Either way, it will have a conflicts. It will not send these two. It will send one only, and it will give the correction of prior to the correction. So it's better you delete it like this. Come on, like this. You click on the row, you click on minus button, and you press OK. Now, when I will send this file, it will send all the file in this folder as an attachment. Okay, now let's see. Run the folder. Go to my send. Done. Okay, it's done in 4 seconds, and you can see my file is. You can see my file is there to 3 people. Okay, and these are 3 files are there, which is empty basically. So all the files will be sent as a attachment collection, and it's not a zip. That doesn't mean you have to send a zip folder over here. You don't get the folder. You just give the directory.get file will give you the array of all the paths, and you have to give path over here, collection of path, and you will get the emails. Okay, so this was the last thing which was pending in the send email. Okay, now get me email. Okay, now we are on the get email. We got the email. Okay, and one by one we wrote the line and everything is done. Okay, fine, and we have like mark as read. No, fine, no problem with that. Now I want to do one thing. I have one thing now. What I'm gonna do over here is I have one task over here to do. I wanna read first thing. First thing what I'm gonna do is read top 10 emails, suppose. Read top 10 email. Then check it has attachment. If it is had attachment, okay, false and true. If it have true, false, leave. False means रहने दो उसके बाद. If true, then what it need to do is, if it has attachment, create a folder with subject and sender name. Okay, create a subject with the sender name and save attachment inside. Save attachment inside it, and then move that mail to other folder. This is what I need to do. That's the first thing. Second task. Third task, decision. Fourth task, create a folder. Fifth task, save. And sixth is move the file. This is the task which we're gonna perform. So we're gonna read top 10 emails, then we're gonna check whether it has an attachment or not. If it has an attachment, we're gonna create a folder, okay, folder with the subject name and sender, with the subject and the sender name, okay. Then we're gonna save the file inside that folder, not anywhere. Inside that folder, we're gonna save the attachment and move that file to other folder. That means move that file. Suppose I have a file, my folder, my test folder. So I have to move the file inside this folder. So what I will do, I will remove this one first from my last classes. So I will read, I will check, oh, it has a, these things. So what I can do is now I can just say 30 emails. Suppose I will take 30 emails, better. Why to take 10? 30 emails. So I will take 30 emails. I am reading 30 emails. In that 30 email, the first thing which I need to do is check whether if it has an attachment or not. Okay, great. So what we're going to do is we're going to check, and this is a real-time thing. Barry, I'm going to tell you, whenever you will go to do a project, it's a good practice, which is, like this. If I rename this folder, suppose I want to rename this folder and I don't know how to rename this folder. Suppose I created a folder. I will create a folder and I will say complete. Okay, first email. Okay, then I will say another one more. I will, so it is created, which is complete. Now I will create one more folder and I will say no attachment. Okay, I'll create these kind of things. So it's a very good practice whenever you are very new to your companies right now, to your job. So whenever you have Outlook mail or somewhere, create different folder with your create a folder with your project manager's name, that whatever mail comes to your manager's name, it will directly go into that folder. So that next day, if that person asks you, send me that email, please send me that email which I sent you 5 days earlier. That is very important. Please revert me on that email. So you can get that email on that particular folder. So it's very good practice. Okay. So we have created 2 folders. Which one is complete, which is no attachment. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to segregate, not only for if it has an attachment, good. If doesn't have attachment, move to no attachment folder. Okay. Now let's go. First let's check what we have attachment or not. So how are we going to check whether we have attachment or not? We're going to say if. Okay. If we have attachment or not. So we will say message, because it's a mail message. So attachments. So message means attachments dot any will tell you whether this message has any attachment or not. If no, then else. If yes, then means into then. Okay. Now attachment. Okay, if it has attachment, it will go there. It doesn't have attachment, goes in there else. Okay. Now, if it doesn't have an attachment, what I need to do is, if I have attachment, suppose if I have attachment, what I have to do, I have to create a folder. What I do, I need to create a folder with the name, not on the server, obvious. Subject and send. I have to create a folder in the local to store the attachment inside it. Okay, so I will create a folder. So what you need to do is to create folder. So just go to create folder and create a folder. I want to create a folder over here in the path. You have to give a path to create a folder. You can say you want to create a folder. Suppose on the desktop you want to create a folder. Okay, on the desktop or inside this folder you want to create a folder. So you create a folder, okay, with a subject. So my subject will be MSG. Inside this you want to create a folder, right? Plus MSG message dot subject you have created plus message dot sender dot. Now you have created the folder. You want to save the attachment. So what you have to do is save attachment. So this save attachment is a common property. This is common to everything. The save attachment is common to Outlook. The save attachment is common to Gmail. This save attachment will work everywhere. And now the last thing what I want to do is I've created a folder in the local. Now I have saved the attachment inside that folder. Now the last thing is to move that file inside this complete. Okay. So how I can do is I have another activity called move. I hate this. Move exchange, move notebook, Outlook. I will say that move IMPS mail, IMAP mail. So move IMAP mail. I will take IMAP, incoming mail map. So move. Again, you have to give the port, server, blah, 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 blah. That's why I took this one. So you can say you give the port over here. You give the server over here. You give the, from folder. So from folder, like leave it. You just take the mail message over here. And where you want to mail folder, like destination folder you have to give. So give the destination folder as a complete. ELETE. Simple LETE. Simple LETE. Okay. Fine. I am on the complete folder. Okay. Now let's see what error it is giving. It is asking me, oh, you haven't given the email and password. So I'll give a email and password over here. So I have email and password over here. I have moved it in the complete. But what if I don't have attachment? So it will go over here. Come on. Drop activity over here. Oh, again, what I will do, I will just copy paste this. Just delete this one. I'll copy paste. Oh, so else I'll copy paste this copy and paste it over here. I don't want to do it again and again. So just I will change the folder name. What is my folder name over here? No attachment. So my folder name is no attachment. If I don't have any attachment, so it will store inside no attach CHMENT. I hope you use spelling. Attachment. Okay. Now this is the process which you can see over here. So what you can see is, okay, first thing, I'm getting 30 emails, top 30 emails. In that, I'm checking whether I'm going through one by one email. Okay. Now I'm checking whether that email has attachment or not. If it is had attachment, it will create a folder with that subject name and sender name in my local drive, and then save that attachment. So save that, where to save that attachment? Inside that path. Once it is saved the attachment, it will go to move mail. So it will move the mail into that folder. Okay, from the inbox. Okay, and then it's done. Let's see what till now move mail was done. So this is done. Okay, now these are total 10 emails till here. It's total till here. It's total 10. So it's 30 emails. Oh my God, it's 30 emails. So it's gonna take time. Okay, really gonna take time. Because I told you that as much as email you have said, oh, read these emails, so that much time it's gonna take. So that's why we already, for general practice, we give the lesser time, less time, done, it's good. But more time, oh yeah, you can see this got become unread mail. My inbox is reducing. In my complete folder, there's no mail. An attachment, there's no mail. Yeah, I got one mail. In the complete, let's see. No email yet. In my in attachment folder, not yet. 3 emails are there, but not another email. Okay, thanks. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I got the second email over here. It doesn't have it doesn't have a. Yeah, I got the first email. Oh, it has the attachment. I was thinking that where is the attachment? It has the attachment. Come on. Yeah, it has the it doesn't have the attachment, Helen Lee. It doesn't have the attachment. Helen Lee and okay, these all are, yes, it has the attachment. I gave her the task. Okay, now this is the attachment. Yeah, it doesn't have the attachment. Now you can see that it is segregating the email, okay? And it's gonna take a little bit time because it's tough for them, means for the output. So that's why I was choosing 10 only, but we chose 30. So just wait, it's gonna run for the 30 emails and you have to suffer with me.
Where we have declared that messages.
This one?
In for no, in that for each message,
yes.
In messages. Yeah, that.
Yes.
No, yeah, this one. There we have declared.
It can be messages.
No, in the second one, the second messages with this.
Yes. This is over here. Output of this.
Okay.
Okay. Now the error was I got the error. Length cannot be, save attachment, length cannot be less than 0. Parameter name length. Why it is showing me length cannot be less than 0? There will be some length over here. So in the save attachments, this length is giving me the error. Might be there is some, I have some folder name which has 0 statement. Now let's run this one. Okay, I have this one and oh my god, I have so many attachments. Okay, I got so many attachments over here and this is I segregated. Now let's go to the folder. Oh, now you can see I have all the folder names with these kind of things. So I have attachment for these folders only, this one. So I got this one. Okay, now what the error is, we have the error. Length cannot be less than 0, the parameter name. Okay, so the parameter name, you are getting 0 over here, the name of this one file. So there will be some attachment which doesn't have the name. That's the problem. And how it is possible? Attachment that doesn't have the name. So where it stopped, where it stopped, default. Over here it stopped. So might be it is getting from here, the problem getting from here. Okay, there's some problem with the name. I don't know yet what is the problem we are getting with the name. Okay, there's attachment, we got it.
I think there are emails without any subject.
Yes,
Because
might be because
name,
yes, because it can be a problem. We have the emails, which doesn't have the subject, might be. So that's why it was not able to get it. I hope, mostly. Okay, the promotion of where it is then. I'm not able to figure it out where it is. Yes, this is the one person culprit who's doing this thing. So we have to make one more check that whether if it has a subject name, then give the subject name only. Otherwise, it will be over here, it will be 0. I mean, this thing will be 0. Okay, so that's why it's a length name, because 0 length, you can't give it over here now, like this. Okay, so that's, okay, now, fine. So this is your one of the, activity. If you want to have to make more check over here, you can say if else, and then more and more checks you can go. So most important thing for you is this is the important one. Message.attachments.any. It will check whether you have an attachment or not. And according to that, you can save the attachment. Okay. So this is your mail automation basically with the, get the email, set the email, send the email, save the, save the attachment, send a, mail from somewhere, where to here and here to there and like that, So in the send email, we have saw these kind of thing. In this one, we have saw, cool over here, we saw this thing. Now, when you go back to the send email, now you know what is mail message now, because whatever email we get it, we call it a send mail message. Like for RPA, this is one mail message. This one is completely one mail message. This is one mail message. This is one mail message. This is one mail message, and everything is one mail message. So all these one mail messages, okay, all these mail messages are nothing. All these mail messages are nothing but the collection of information, whatever information, whether it can be subject, whether it can be date, whether it can be a body, whether it can be anything of that mail. Okay, this is basically the mail message of. This is basically the what you call the collection of all the information on that mail. That is called mail message. Okay, now there is a third thing, that is when you want to forward it. Okay, now suppose you have to forward a message. You are saying that, okay, your robot is saying it is checking all the emails, okay, and it is checking all the emails, and then in that email, on that email, you're getting different kind of emails. But at the end, what you are saying that, okay, this email contains the subject. Please forward it to someone else. Please forward it to my friend, suppose, okay, and forward it to my team lead or someone. So this kind of thing you are doing. Okay, now how can you do that thing? Okay, how can you do that thing? So similarly, I'll create the third one. Okay, I will create the third one. Yes, I'm just. Can you all do me a favor? Can you all send me an email? Can you all send me an email on this email ID? One email with attachment. So what I'm gonna do is basically I'm gonna get an email from you. I'm gonna get an email from you. Okay, if that email contains your ID, contains the attachment, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna forward that message to say someone. Suppose Sarita is there. I'm gonna forward it to Sarita, all the emails, and in CC I'm gonna put your email ID. So this is a combination where you have to, this is the case where you have to read the email, also send the email. Or that send email is not just a send email, that is a forwarding email to someone else, to the other person. You are forwarding that email. Okay, this will contain that thing. Okay, so if I can get an email, okay, I got it. Training check. Okay, thank you. Okay, now I got it from the. Okay, I'm also expecting an email from you. Okay. Oh, I got it. Fine. I think 4 email will work for me. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is I have an email ID. I need an email ID which will be, which I can forward it. Sarita, do you have a personal email ID, like Gmail ID? Not personal, but Gmail ID, any ID?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you ping me, or can you check it over there? Can you check? Don't send me the email. Just, provide me the any Gmail ID where you can check whether all you got the forwarded email or not, and CC are there or not. So, yeah, we will see the task. That is the task. The third task is called, we call it forwarding condition email. forwarding the condition-based email. So we're gonna forward the conditional-based email to you or anyone. Okay. So yes, I got the email ID. Okay. Now, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will ask my my robot to read just 4 or 5 emails. So I'm gonna use this get email activity over here. I'm gonna read the get email activity. I just copy this one. Oh, I will copy this and this over here, so that I don't want to clear anything. What it is showing me, I don't have this server. Control X, Control V. I save this one. Control X, Control V. I save this one, and Control X, Control V. I save this one, and the 4 variables should be Control X. Oh, sorry, Control K, Control V. I forgot to create Control K and Control V. Control X, Control K, Control V. Okay, done. Then Control X, Control K, Control V. Done. Email. Password is Control X, Control K, Control V. Okay. Cool. Now this port need to be converted to int. This port need to be converted to int. Done. I have these all the things. Okay. In the mail server, I have sent mail messages need to be done. Control X, Control K, Control V. Okay, done. I've created, I got the mail message and I would just want to read 5 emails or the starting one. Okay. So 5 emails of the starting one. Okay, fine. I want to read the 5 emails of the starting one. I'm done with that. Now, next, what need to do is for each. I'm not gonna, repeat everything over here. I'm gonna for each. And the messages, I'm gonna over here, I will say mail. Okay, and it is nothing but mail.net.mail message. The argument type is, all the type of the argument, this one is mail message. Okay, now I'm gonna check the if it contains the mail messages, if this mail message, so this mail dot attachments dot any, if it is any attachment, it's very any attachment, then I want to send the email now. So I will use send SMTP. I'm going to use the send SMTP. And in this send SMTP, I don't have to write body or subject or anything. What I need to do is I need to do to. So I will say that, okay, to email. Or Control K should be there. Control K to email. So I'm going to send this email, forward this email. Okay. I'm going to forward this email to this ID. I'm going to send this email ID to this one. So I'm going to this email ID to email ID. Okay. So I have this to email ID over here. Okay. Now in the send also, and send SMTP also, we know that we need server, we need port and all. And this port and server will be different from the port and server over here, because this is for send. No, sorry, this is for get, the server and port. This is for send. For the sending one, I can take the port, I can take the help from here. I will copy this one better. No, I will just take this one. 465. Okay, that is 465. I will server, I will just paste it over here, and my port is 465. I will say 465. Cool. Now it's done. I have to give the email. So I will give the email. Is my email ID will be same. The password will be same. Okay. Now, instead of sending a body or something, in the forward email, I will write where to forward. I will write this forward mail message. I have to send the forward that. If it has attachment, it will forward the email. It will not send or reply or like that. It will forward the email. And I want that when you will be replying on it, let's make it a complicated. When you will be replying on it, what it will do, it will go to already whoever is my sender email address. Okay, or you can say that's email dot sender dot address. So you will get this email now like this. Okay, and voila, fine. When you reply on it, you will get this email. So let's save it. Okay, let's save it, and I'm gonna, no subject is required, no body is required. It will be forwarded mail. So in the mail forward, I have mentioned where is forward mail. Okay, already. Okay, now in the forward, you have to give the mail message. As you can see over here, it's asking mail message. So if attachment, you will send this one and run it. So it will read the first 5 emails. Okay, come on, run it fast. It is so slow. It's still sending on the process. It is on the process. It is on the process. My God, that 5 mails are so heavy. Well, this is taking a lot of time. That means I have 5 mails on the top 5, I'm saying, and mark is as read. I should not have marked it as read. Come on. You're gonna take a little bit time. I didn't read the email also. It read the email. It already read the email. It is on my draft. No, not on my draft. It will be on. It will be on, I guess. It will be on my out. I don't have a folder called out. Spam? No. Oh. Please send me report by EOD. It went to. Still, my robot is still working. I don't know why. So it's taking a lot of time. Start it, but I think you have wait for 2 minutes, more than 2 minutes. Yeah. First mail, I think, Sarita, you must have got it. Second mail also you have got it. Third mail also you have got it. Fourth mail, fifth mail, and my robot is done. You must have got 5 mails, okay? And in this one, we can see when you will reply, so the subject is already forwarded, and when you will reply, you can see you are not able to reply to me. It will be replied to that person only from where I got the email, okay? So this is one of the activity which you can do. Okay, so you got all the emails, which we saw all the things what we can do with the email automation. We can save, delete, move anything whatever you want to do. So we have done for the today, means we are done for the topic of the today. So if you have any doubt, any organizational doubt, or any development based doubt, you guys can ask the questions, and rest is you can play with that. Apart from this, I already have uploaded just five assignment, not assessment, assignment for this activity, the mail activity only. Please finish this one. And I checked your all of the assignment till here. You guys have submitted 2 assignments, so I checked all the assignments. These are pretty good, nice. So I hope you will upload more assignments, solve all the assignment and submit it.
How do you modify the attachments? Sometimes we process the attachments and we add the current processing date. So can we make changes to the attachments that we get in the mail?
I'm not able to understand what you are means.
The processed attachments which we are saving in the folder. Sometimes we do append the processing date and time to those attachments. So can we modify the attachments that we receive on mail and save it on folder?
Yes, you can change the name. When you are not giving the name on the path, okay, you are basically you are basically telling it that okay, you are basically telling your robot that okay, save it like this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you are saying that okay, you want to save the attachment, if you know that you're gonna get the Excel file, so it's better you save it like when you are saving the attachment. Suppose I'm saving this attachment. Okay, I'm saving this attachment. So in the path at the end, I will say plus. Okay, and I will say that okay, I will say this one as a first. I will make a which will say that okay, this is another path is coming, and I will say that path is this file name is suppose today's date. Like suppose I'm saying that 11.05.2021, and I know that this gonna be Excel, so I will say XLS. But why we don't attach, why we don't end the name over here? Because we don't know what kind of attachment we're gonna get, so we don't save it like that. We just make it like this, so that whatever by default name it will have or whatever by default type it will have, it will directly over here. Okay. If you want to rename it, over there, okay, if you want to rename it over there, so how you can rename it in the folder is you have an activity called move. So you have a move activity over here, move file. So move that file, read that file. Okay, now you know the attachment name. So you can get the attachment name from here. Just go attachment.name. You will get the attachment name and move that file in that folder only with a different name. So that file will be renamed now. Okay. Okay, I will show you move attachment, how move work basically. Might be you have a little bit doubt, and then we can go for the next this thing, the doubt. So I will say rough. Okay, how move work basically. I will show you a little bit of move. So if you have activity, move activity. Okay, so move activity says please give me a file. So I'm saying that my file is suppose my file is over here. Ching Kam Wong. Okay, my file is over here. I will say that go to this path. I say this file. Okay, this file is there. Now, in the same folder, I'm moving this file in the same folder. I'm moving this file. Control A, sorry. In the same folder, I'm moving this file, but with the name called the money .xlsx because I know the extension of this file. Okay. Now, if I run this move, okay, now you can see the file is changed. The file name is changed. So you can do like this. You save in the folder. Yeah, okay. You save in the folder. Get the attachment name. Get the attachment name. So you'll get an attachment name. Okay, get the attachment name. And at the end, because in the attachments, you will get the retrieve attachments. So retrieve attachment will be nothing. Yes. Okay. It will be a list of string, I think, I hope, and yes, it's a list of attachment. List means enumerable. It's enumerable. So you can get the names, okay? Because there's a system. So it will give you a list of path. So at the end of that file, you will get, oh, this file is there. So now you can take for each loop and you can go in all attachment and you can change the name with the date. Just replace the date, add the date at the end, okay? So by which you can get it. We are talking about which assignment? Can you read the question? Web automation. Okay, web automation question. I will go to the web automation question. So I will go to RPA study material, I go to assignment, and I go to web automation assignment, right? This will be the question, right? Yes. So, okay, this thing you are saying, download Excel file?
Yes, we have downloaded this file again and again, or just one time in our system.
You have to download it one. Because when you download this Excel file, you will get the data which you have to publish over here. Now you have to read this data, this Excel file data, and run your robot for each one and publish the data into this bot. Got it?
And one more thing, the fields in this form, form like first name, last name, the fourth field, that is sales result, is not. We have to use select option here, or what? Type into.
You are saying in the sales target, right?
No, sales result.
It will be type into.
But I've checked here. It is asking for integer value, but in type into we can only type I think a string value only.
You can sales result is asking you which value?
An integer value or number.
Integer value. Okay, this is a little bit, it is asking you integer value. And in the sales target, you can just, in the sales target, you can do with the select, but in the sales result, you are able to just put the value of this one, right? You think the type into will only for string. Did you try to just paste the value over there without converting into the string? Or just do one thing, convert it into int. It is just taking the int, or how my field know that whether it is a whether it is a string or whether it is a text. Because see, I will do that thing a little bit over here. Copy paste it now. I will go with the username and I'll go with the password. Login. Now, if I write, how my bot knows that? You can just submit it. You don't have to do like this.
No, what I'm saying is like we have passed the values of this, no? Like the first name we have passed a string.
Yes, yes,
we
you
have
have
passed
passed the string.
the
But
sales
yes,
target we have passed a string. But when we are trying to put the same result in sales result, now it's showing that please fill the field or something. It's showing some message only, and it's not submitting.
Okay, it's not submitting. I don't. I have a doubt over here that how it is not, because whatever I'm giving you as a, as a this thing, I already did this one once, and it should not basically. This is sales target, right? Copy this one. It is text. Suppose that right now it's a text. Okay, you can paste it over there. Now, yeah, you can paste it over there. The error which you will be getting, I will tell you the error which you will be getting. You have read this value, right? Sales target, you have read it. Okay. You must be the value which it is getting. Let me check. The value it is getting, okay, it is of text type. So you will be getting this value as, might be you will be getting this value as 3,000 like this.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, you will be getting the value like this, right? 3
No, we
comma.
haven't gone that far now. We are the second problem was that we are not able to push in data from data table to that submit field.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. When you read this data table, did you check that, okay, what is the format of this value? What is the format of this value? Whether you are getting this value as this, you are getting this value as this, okay? Or you are getting this value as somewhere like, 3,000.000 like this. Did you check how you are getting this value?
No, I just started with a single value. I thought
got
like just started with a single, like say putting a single like first name only, then last name, sales target.
Yes.
So what I'm doing that.
To do one thing, I will give you a just suggestion that in the sales target, okay, remember you are giving sales target, might be, this is the second thing what you will be getting. You will be giving sales target in sales result and sales result in sales target.
No. I've done the correct thing, but it is not working, still not working.
Yes. So might be you have the sales target, okay, which you are getting in a different format. You don't have to put in this format. You don't have to put in this format. You have to put in properly in this format. So whenever your robot is running, please put a message box over there that, okay, so that you will know that which value you are inserting, in which format, okay, which format you are inserting.
Yeah, and one more thing, like we have scrapped the data from the screen and we have stored it in the Excel file. Now we have to, now I have to do that. I have to move that Excel file to the data table and then move from data table to that screen, that push data from submit button. So how I can do that from data table to screen?
Okay, we haven't got with the data scrapping, right, yet? You haven't saw the data scrapping?
Data scrapping we have done, but we have done like from screen to data table, not reverse of it, data table to screen. We haven't done anything.
No, where is data table to screen?
Like we have to publish this data on that screen, like first name, last name from the Excel file we have to read and then push in this.
Push into that one, yes. So you have read range to do that thing. Yes, Excel file, it's an Excel file. You just have to read range the Excel file. You will get a data table and then put a for each row and put the data into one by one. Simple?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, Taka, over here.
This thing, yeah, just log out.
I'm log out, yes.
Yeah, you see the URL. After logging in also, the URL is same.
Yes.
So it's in also.
Yes.
The URL doesn't changes. And
definitely, the URL doesn't changes. I know the URL doesn't changes. That's why I gave you this complicated website, a little bit complicated. Even URL doesn't changes. Even the logout button selector will not change. That normal logout button selector will not. Almost logout and login button selectors are almost same. You have to go to the additional activities. You have to go to the, you have to go to the additional selectors. You have to till it will make you so that you will go till UiPath Explorer to add more attributes in the selector to check whether you are logging successfully or not. Okay, just do, yeah, no problem. See, you do, if you fail, it's okay. We'll do together. Don't worry. But yeah, I just ramp up the thing. Yes, please, sorry.
In my case, the problem is lying with the data. When I try to copy the data from the Excel sheet into the first name or last name, it is not, it is working, but it is not typing anything there.
It is not typing anything there? Your
Yeah, I
not
can
typing.
show you, I can share my screen, I can show you.
Yeah, please. Buddy, you in your main file, there is only login and data extraction. There is no inserting the data.
No,
Where is
in the
typing?
data extraction, I'm doing this.
Okay,
like I have to copy the data for each current row in the data. I'm just converting the data into string and then first name in the variables. I have typed
wait. Your data are in opposite one. See, you're assigned somewhere. Where is to and value? You're assigning in reverse order. You're assigning in value variable. You have to assign variable value in variable, not values in variable.
Okay.
Got it? Yeah, it should be reverse. It need to be reverse. Okay? Yes, that's why you are not getting any value. .toString. Make it toString. Well, otherwise it will be object. Make it toString. .toString. Yes. Now you got it? Where you're getting problem?
Yeah, okay. I'll try if it works or not.
It will. Don't worry. It will. Definitely. Just run the robot. No problem. Just run the robot for first user. It will. What happened?
Yeah, it was already logged in. So it just got on logout, kill the process. Let's open
Why?
again.
Okay, it's opening again.
Login loop.
Yes.
Like if it is already logged in.
Okay. Go to that one. Okay, now right? So because your values are in the opposite reverse order. So what you are doing basically is you are assigning a variable name to the value. You have to assign the value to the variable. Okay, you have to reverse that thing. Cool. Okay, so there is a thing called maximize window. You have to use that one. When you are opening the browser, inside the browser, please use maximize window. There is a thing called maximize window. You can use that inside it so that you don't have to maximize your window manually. Okay.
Yeah,
if you go to go to activities and open there. If you go to activity, go to the activities. Activity. No, activity. Yeah. Right maximize. max max. Not in the browser. It will not in the browser. You have to try max. Yeah, maximize window. Drag it inside. Wait. It should be inside the open browser or any application, whatever you are opening. It should be inside that. Yes, inside this. Drag it. Maximize window. Maximize window in the activity panel. Yes, go ahead. Okay. Got it? It will maximize the window. When you will open the browser, it will automatically maximize the window. It will not, you don't have to maximize the window for it. Okay. We're going to discuss few topics. So let's see how to do it. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to check how to check scanner. What is digital PDF? Okay. And scan PDF. So the first difference what we're going to discuss about over here is the first one is digital PDF and the scan PDF. And then we'll see that, okay, like, small thing like how to convert PDF to image, merge PDF or other activities, or the basic will be to read a PDF and process it. Okay, so these are the few things which we're going to discuss. So let's start with this one, and we can create one more process, and we'll say this process as we can say read PDF. So let's not create this thing. Let's not create this thing. Let's create another template. So from the template, we're gonna choose one different template. We can choose from this one, and we'll choose transaction process. Okay, use the template. We'll give it a name. The name, and we can say PDF automation. Okay, go to all packages. Click on all packages. Yes. Now write PDF. PDF. Now you can see the second one. Yes. You have to click on install.
I was going project dependency.
Yes, yes. Project dependencies means it's already, we are already talking about the dependencies are there. And all the packages are already there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. No problem. Okay. Now let me share my screen again. Okay. So you have read PDF over here. Now let's see how my read PDF is working. And you saw that, okay? How my read PDF is giving me that one, giving me that output of the PDF. Okay. Now let's see how it works basically. So in read PDF, the first thing which you will see, this is a preserve format. Preserve format. Okay. Now everyone, please, what you can do is please open your UiPath, and I'm providing. If you have a digital PDF, please let me know. If you don't have a digital PDF, you can, I can provide you one digital PDF. So if you don't have a digital PDF, please ping me your email ID and I will provide you my digital PDF, so that you can also do this parallelly. It's a very small activity, so we don't have, it will not take a lot of time. So I want you to, do it by yourself also parallelly. So you can just ping me if you don't have, and parallelly if you have, you can just do this thing. Okay. So now when you go to the PDF, read PDF text in the properties, you can see the first thing is file name. The second thing is password. If you have a password protected PDF, okay, you can give a password. In input, you have two things very important. The first one is range, okay? And the second thing is preserve format. So preserve formatting, what preserve formatting gives you basically, this PDF has a format, okay? This PDF already has a, if do preserve format is equal to true, it's gonna give me values according to the which are in the left hand side, it will go in the left hand side, which are in the right hand side, it will go in the right hand side. So for it, it's very important whether I'm doing preserve format or not. If I'm doing preserve format, okay, if I'm doing preserve format, then it will give you the formatting completely like that. If I'm doing true, if I'm doing false, then you will see the difference. So let's start with this one and I'll show you preserve format. Let's make it true. That's the value is true. Okay. Now see the difference. I should have right text, but yes. My invoice is on center. My main on left. Okay. Now, if you think that, if you are thinking that, oh, इसका यहाँ पे यहीं पे तो आ रहा है, दिख ही तो अलग रहा है मुझे, इसका अंतर क्या है? It's very important. This thing, preserve formatting is very important. Okay, so I will tell you later when we were doing it. I will tell you. Okay, now when you see this one, okay, you can see the invoice or the PDF is there at its actual place. If it should be in the left hand side, it is in the left hand side. If it should be in the center, it is in the center. Everything is perfect. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's go over here in the preserve format. Let's make it false and press OK. Okay. Now let's run it. Now you can see the format is completely distorted. Everything is, everything is starting from the left. It's like writing something. आप कुछ लिख रहे हो. Now half of the thing you are seeing in the left hand side, half of the things, it's always starting from the left hand side, and the left hand side. So this is first when you have like, okay, left hand side you have a preserve formatting will give you nothing. If you preserve formatting, if you do preserve formatting false, it gives you like no formatting. It start from the left and start writing like that. If you do the preserve formatting, everything will be in its position. Okay. If there are 5 spaces, there will be 5 spaces. If there are 6 spaces between two text, it will be in the, there will be 5 spaces between two texts. Okay, so this is the first thing which you get from the read PDF. Okay, we're gonna do it in the splitted form. Now, suppose I want this information from, invoice number from this PDF. Okay, so before reading a PDF, so first thing what you can do is you can get PDF. You can say, okay, I want 5 PDF. I want to read customer invoice or invoice number from 5 PDF. Okay, so how to do that thing? Let's do one thing. Let's create this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Copy. Okay, and I will do one thing. I will create a folder over here. I can create a folder over here. UiPath training. I will create a folder and I will say that, okay, testing PDF, and I will save all the PDF inside this. Okay, now this is my 5 PDFs. I want to read this PDF. So I want to read all of these PDFs. So first thing what I have to do is, before reading a PDF, before reading a single PDF, what I can do is I can go inside of for each loop. For each loop, what this for each loop is responsible for, I want that, okay, go into this directory, okay, and get files. Get all the files. It will say, oh, you want the files? I'll say yes. Get all the files from this directory. So I'll copy this one and it will give you all the file from this directory like this. Okay. Now you want to see the message box. I make it item. It's item. Okay. Now I can change this name. I will give it a name like file. Simple. I'll give it a name file. Now over here in this one, I can change it to string, and I have this one now. Now, if I run this, cool. So you have one file. You can if you run this one, okay. Now you have separate. You can see this one in from this folder. It is giving you this file 1, file 2, invoice 3, invoice 4, and invoice 5 like this, and you have all the. So by this method, you can go into that folder and get all the files from here. Okay, so you got all the files. Now what I will do, I want to read all the files one by one. So I want to read all the files one by one. So I will take read PDF text. So this is the first thing which I'm going to take. I take the read PDF text and I give the file path over here, which is file. I give the file over here. Now it will read my PDF one by one. So if I say that, okay, fine, my PDF one by one, I will say PDF out, give me the PDF out. Okay, and I'm not sharing, or should I? Okay, make it true. For now, let's make it true. Okay, now in the message box, I can see my PDF one by one, so that it will not give me any problem over here. So go over here and just run it. So now this is the first PDF. This is the first invoice. This is the second invoice. This is the third one, fourth one, and fifth one. So suppose from this PDF, I want information, not only these, full information, but I want information like I want invoice number, or I want customer ID, or I want a date. I want these small information from my different parts. Okay, like invoice number, customer ID, date, or like this, or the amount kind of thing. Okay, so how to get this customer ID? Before getting this customer ID, you should know the, where it is, basically the position of the customer ID, or the position of invoice number, or position of customer ID, or date, or something like that. Okay, so the first thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to write this entire PDF text into a text file, basically. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write this entire PDF text into a text file. So I will give it a text which says PDF out. Okay, and I'm going to write in a PDF in a text file on my desktop for this one. Okay, on my desktop. So when it will be running, you can see that what is my output basically at the end. Okay, it's done. Okay, now, okay, it is in the same folder, I guess. Yes, it is in the PDF automation. Okay, so I can just open my PDF automation. Where's my PDF automation? Okay, and inside this you have this one. Okay, now you can see when I open this one, you can see your text over here. So why I'm getting this text? Okay, let's make this preserve format false because there are a lot of spaces between all of output. So I will just run it now once more time. And okay, now let's open this PDF. Let's open this one, and I have this text over here. Now if I want, if you see the structure of this file and the structure of this file, text doesn't match. Like invoice fine, after invoice this text is there. Okay, now this text is there, then South Africa invoice, and my invoice is somehow after this email ID, which is a permanent email ID. Okay, this is the email ID of the company. So this my text number or invoice number, this is my first invoice and this is the output of fifth, but my invoice number is somehow after this email ID. So what I can do, first method is I will do one. Okay, this is one text, then second, third, fourth, okay, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, or 17th. Okay, let's see the 17th number what I have. Okay, so what I can do is I can say in the message box for you, I'm typing this message box and I will see in the PDF output, okay, what is PDF in the PDF output, what is at the 17th number. Okay, so first, before getting this PDF output, what I have to do is I have to convert this PDF output into an array. Okay, so I'm converting this PDF output dot split. I'm just to split. Okay, and I already have created one array for it, which is PDF array, but I need to create it again because it's just went away. PDF array over here. So I have a PDF array over here. I will give it a name that's called PDF array, and I'll convert this into a string form. String array, string of array. So now you have an PDF, you read a PDF, now you have converted that PDF into an array. And now if I say that, okay, PDF array 17th number, it's gonna give me, okay, let's check what it's gonna give me. PDF array 17th number, what is there in the 17th number? Let's run this one. Okay, this is the first number. This is for the second PDF. This is of the third PDF, for the fourth, for the fifth, and done. So this is how you get actually, okay, get the number from the PDF. So if you want this, I was trying to get the invoice number only over here. Okay, now if I open all the PDF, then you can see one by one that, okay, whether I'm, going correct or not. Over here, let's run this one. This is your first PDF. Let's open this one. You have already opened, I guess. It's over here. So this is your PDF number. Okay. Now let's go for the second. So it is running the second PDF, and from the second PDF, it got the second number, which will be over here. Come on. Yeah, it will be. Okay. Now let me do one thing. Let me close all tab first. Okay, and let's do one thing. We will check which PDF it is reading first. Okay, we don't know whether the PDF is correct or not, so we'll say PDF path of file. So we will open the PDF according to this only. Once we are running it, this is invoice one. Let's open the invoice one. So this is invoice one we are reading. So we have 271. Okay, now we have invoice 2 over here. Invoice 2. And in the invoice 2, the number is 3031. Now let's open. This is third invoice. We'll close this one, close all tabs. Okay, close this one and close this one. We are in the invoice 3. Let's open the invoice 3. So this is our invoice 3. Okay, now the invoice 3 number should be 5536. So it is 5536. Now, when I come to the fourth one, over here, when I go over here and you have number fourth, and in the fourth it should be 2238. So the last one will be the fifth, and in the fifth 3441. So this is the first method when you get the reference, when you go by the number, when you actually know the index. So in the digital PDF, whenever you have a digital PDF, the position of that PDF never changes. The position of the text on that PDF never changes. Like Invoice number from here, it will never change. The date from here, it never gonna change. The customer ID from here, it never gonna change. And the term, it never gonna change. But somewhere there is a thing where you can have a change, If these increases, suppose one more thing increases and this thing will go slightly down. So that means the index will not work over here. Okay, we're gonna solve that also. Okay. All right. Okay. So what we did till now is, okay, let me summarize it properly. I hope it's so. So what we did is we have a read PDF. Okay, read PDF text. We have activity. What we gonna text? Okay, what it gonna do is basically it gonna read. You give a read PDF path. It's gonna convert that into a text. Now we have splitted this text into an array. We have splitted that text into an array. So it's a big text. We have split it into a small segment. Now we know the position of this array. We know the position of each element on this array. That okay, where at which position that element will be. And next time if I say I want to get something, I will say array of 0. So it will give me the first one. If I say array of 1, it's gonna give me this one. So it completely depends on which position you are asking, and you will get according to that. Okay, so this is the first method which you get by indexing method. The second method is called reference method. How the second method will be reference method? What I will do, if I say that okay, this is the text, this is a text, this is your array. Suppose till now this is your array. Okay, now I will say that okay, number is 256. This is your array after splitting. You read the text, you read the PDF, you got this array, you split it up, you got this text, you split it up, and you got the array at the end. So this is your array, but this number, okay, or over here, there is some space or some text which can increase or decrease, Okay. In this case, what you have to do is you have to make a loop through it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you will say that okay, when it comes to number, मुझे number के दो आगे वाला चीज दे दे, मुझे number के दो आगे वाला text दे दे. If you say that for loop for x in array, it will go one by one, and you will, because the output of this for loop is always index, it gives you the index in which current index it is running. So you will say for each loop in x, if x is equal to number, okay, that means this index will be running like da da da, and then you will get add. Then you will say that okay, if this x or if your current text will be number, so give me the array of index plus 2. So this thing gonna give you the value which is next to position to the number. Got it, the logic? Okay, you got the logic? A little bit. Text, see, PDF automation is not basically, automation is not tough, but to get the information from that PDF output is a little bit tough. Okay, now let me give you the example again. Suppose you have read a PDF, okay, you will get some output, okay, and when you read the PDF, you will find that okay, this is your text, but next day, what if this space increases? Suppose you have a dot over here, one more increases. This thing, one more increases. It can increase or decrease from here, right? It can increase or decrease from here. That means you can't say that, okay, this index will be always 5. For this, I can say it will be always 5 or always 6. For this, I can say, suppose, for this I can say. But for this, I can't say that, okay, this will be this amount, total amount will be this much only. Means अगर ये 50 पर है, I can't say that next day if I say that okay, give me the array position 50 wala. So it will never give you that one because the center part has changed, and because of this, your value has been replaced. So now in this condition, what you have to do is you have only one method that is called reference method. So what you are doing actually, you are saying, give me a text. Okay, give me a text which is next to total, which is next to total. So how it works basically? So how it works actually? You have an array. Okay, you have this array. You said that okay, text. Okay, so this is your text. This is your first. Suppose you have an array, PDF out array. Okay, now your PDF out array has different parts. Okay, you have text. Then you said your certificate. Then you did number. Then there is a thing called, suppose there is a space between over here, and this space increases. Number. Then you said is. And you said, okay, your certificate number is 291. So this is the final array which you got from after reading a PDF and then splitting the PDF into an array. So you got this array. Now you want to get the number. You want to get this number. So one of the method is, if I tell you this number is just next to is, this number is just next to is, or if this number is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if I tell you this number is just 5 ahead of certificate, so it will be easy. So what I will do, I will make a loop for X or for words or for N in PDF out array. I'll make a loop over here and I will say that's okay. I will make a loop in PDX array, and over here always whenever you run a for loop, if you remember, then the output of for loop is always, it gives you an index. That means if I'm going word by word in my text, so it will be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 to go like this. So the output of for X in PDF output would be an index of current text. Okay. Now I can say that in for X in PDF output, if my X is equal to like a certificate, I made certificate as an anchor. So if my this thing is X, then I will say, then print PDF out array, which is index, current index plus current index, whatever, I don't know what is current, what will be the current index right now. So it will be like current index plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I will say current index plus 5. So it will give me the number now. Okay, a little bit. It's not, it's not important that you are taking every time certificate. You can take number, you can take is, but you have to take a fixed value. Like over here, if I say in this PDF, if I have to tell, in this one, if I have to tell that, okay, I want to get the invoice number. So I can say invoice number. So invoice number, so the line change is also counted as 1. So 1, so invoice number is X, suppose. So it will be X1, X1, X2, X3, X4, and the X5 number will give me this number. So I have to take the constant value as a constant value, or you can say the constant word which is not changing over there as a reference mark, and it will, according to that, it will change. Because what happens in the digital PDF, it's not like scan PDF where you are doing editing. You know, आप वहाँ पे 4 की जगह 5 word लिख देते हो. नहीं. It's a digital PDF. It's strictly, even it's generated, this digital PDF also generated by, some system. So whatever digital PDF you are getting, it will have the fixed position of values. The only values will change. So this makes it easy to, to automate, you can say. So this is your PDF. It's going one by one. Okay, fine. Now no problem with that. But in position, I have this is fine when I know the index. Indexing is very easy. You know the index. How I know the index? I counted it. 1. Okay. Now line is changing. So 2. This will become 3. This will become 4. This will become 5. And line is changing 6. And this becomes 7. This become line changing 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and line is changing 14. Again, line is changing 15. This is 16, and the 17th number is this one. That's why it's an indexing part. Okay, but what if I don't know the indexing part? What if I don't know the index? I just know the keywords. Okay. So with the help of keyword, if you have to find with the help of keyword, how you can find, let's find 2, 3 values. Okay. This value, then we'll find this value, then we'll find, let's go for the text, right? Let's go for this one, this text total. So we will find 3 values in this digital PDF. All digital PDF, what we have to find is, we have to find this, we have to find this, okay, and this one. So these are the logics which you have to find. Okay, so we'll find total, but first, before finding total, we have to see between total and this number, how many values are there? So this is total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it is in 15th, and then 16th is break, and 17th you have another number. So it's like 15th and 17th. You have to add 15, concatenate. Oh my God. You have to concatenate 15 and 17 over here. Okay. Now how you can do it? You already have the splitted version. Right now, I don't want to go with, the indexing method, because indexing method is completely easy. So I don't want to go with the indexing method. So I will say, first I want to see the file name. I don't know why I deleted it. So I want to know which file you are reading. So I want to just know the file name. Okay. Now you have to find few things. So for it, I will take a for each loop inside this one again, because I splitted it. Now I splitted the file, current PDF, I splitted it. I will go for each file and I will say this is Word. I'll make it Word for my thing. And I will say PDF array. Please go with a PDF array. Okay. And I'm going to count. I'm going to make it string, because, PDF array will be completely string like this. Okay. So this is PDF world array basically. Now I will say index. This is index. I'm going to save the index also, because output of this for each will be index, the current index it is running. Okay. First thing, let's say the first thing, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to say that if my word dot, okay, if my word dot contains, or let's make it contain. Okay. That's my word. If that current word contain, where is this thing? I'm sorry. If my current word contain this part, okay, if my current word contain this part, please provide me write. Please provide me write. I'm going to write it. Okay. Please provide me. I will say invoice number plus. Okay. So invoice number, it can be a little bit tedious. You guys can ask the question. So I want to write invoice PDF. If this is there, then do one thing. In my PDF array, the current index plus 1, because it's at plus 1 position. With respect to this one, it is at plus 1 position. So I am saying this is plus 1. Okay. Now let's go for the another one. This is my if condition for this one. Okay. If this is meet this one, then it's the right range. And with respect to this, the date is at second position. 1, days position 1 and 2. So I'm saying another line, right line will be at the second position. So it will be like, okay, my date, invoice date will be at second position. So I can just copy paste this one. Copy paste this one, copy and paste it over here, and I'll make it 2 instead of 1. So I can make it 2. So you have this one. Now we can run it one time and you can see everything over there. So let's run this. First PDF. Yep, you can see the date and everything is done. Now the second PDF. What happened to this one? Out of bound. Okay, now what happened basically is, why out of bound? You have to make your index, you have to break the loop over here. Otherwise you will not get anything. You have to break. So you have to, what you have to do is, once you get this thing, Leno robot and all, you have to just break the loop once more time. Okay, so just break it. Break. Why I'm breaking? As you said, you have a possibility where you will get this Leno robot again. Okay, so you have the last over here again. This one, if it contains right? Same. So I said, okay, do one thing, please paste this index, because this will be the current index for this table, this index plus 1. So my plus 1 will be nothing because I don't have anything. Even this one is a plus 1. Suppose this one is a plus 1. My plus 2 will be nothing. So that's why it gave you the array which is showing out of bound. Out of bound means you are trying to fetch the array which you are trying to fetch the element of array which is not there. In that element, suppose in that element, if you have in that array, if you have 5 elements, so how you are thinking to fetch 6th element? Similarly, like the out of bound. Okay. Now let's run this one, and you can see you have numbers. Now your second array, you have again numbers. You have third array, you have number. Please write in. You can see in my output this one. You have this one 5th, and this is done. So this is the reference. You get it. Okay. Now let's go for the table one. Okay. Let's go for the total. Last one. I want the total one also. I'm saying, please focus over here. I say if I'm in the current word of PDF, okay, my word contains, okay, if I'm saying that, if my word contains, this total word, okay, there's a total. So if my word contains this total, so what should happen? I'm saying if my word is total, right now, if my word is total, I want from the parent array the position, I will say in the right line again, I will drag a right line again. Okay, I will drag a right line and type it over there that, okay, your is, and I have the right line. I will go over here and I will say the PDF output array का जो current position से plus 15 पर है and concatenate. This concatenated and PDF array का current position से 17th पर है. So please provide me that number, because this number, whatever number you can see over here, this number is a combination of, two positions. If you see this total, this number is a mixture of two positions, the first position and gap, and the second position. The first position, gap, and the second position. So this is how it is changing. Okay. Now if I want to see my total, can just run it once and see whether it is, running perfectly in the table 1. Okay. In the table 2. Okay. I'm not matching with total, I guess. This thing is not matching with total. Table 3. Table 4. And done. Okay. My total is not matching. Why this total is not matching? I need to check whether it doesn't have total. Okay. So www word is not containing this one. If my word in this array is containing the word amount. So I can take another one. Suppose I'm not taking word. So I take business total. Oh, this total is entirely space. So I will say that, okay, do one thing in the word dot, do one thing, trim. So you have to do a little bit R&D over here. Okay, you can just trim the values. Again, it doesn't contain anything total. Okay, it's 15.
15 and 17.
Yes, 15 and 17. We can just add 1. And over here in position, we can add 3. So means that will be 2 or 3. We'll make it 3. Okay. So we have to add. So we'll see that which word is going on. If this word is contain total, then what I want to do is I want to see what word it is totally. Word it is. This word is total. It's contain total because contain, and there's a difference between contain and entire word. So I want to see which word is this. So let's go for the first one. No. That means it's not coming as word only, single word. It is coming like something else, like nice. Why it is not going into this one? Oh, I'm breaking the loop over here. If you see, I'm breaking the loop over here. So I'm inside the for loop and I'm breaking the loop completely. So I just have to, I don't have to break the loop. But then it will do one mistake there because we chose this ID. We have to choose something else. We can choose date. Can we choose date? We'll choose invoice. Okay. So we'll choose invoice and I say invoice se kitna aage? Invoice 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Invoice is 6 and 7. So we'll take the invoice. Oh, then invoice I have more than this. Then I will invoice. Oh, I have only. Oh, I have multiple invoices, buddy. So I will take this one. This is in capital letter, so I can take this one, invoice. So invoice is 6 and invoice is 7. Okay, so I will take the first one, not this one. I will take just the invoice. It should match the invoice. And if the word is invoice, so it should go, invoice number is how much far invoice number is from invoice. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's in the 4, 5, 6 because your gap. Line change. So it is over there, 6. So I will type invoice say 6. So it should give me this one. Now, if I say invoice say 7 number per, the date of the invoice is 7th number per has say. Okay. Now I can remove the break. So I will run this one and you can see. Okay, giving me wrong. Invoice date, it's giving me the invoice date. Fine. Got that wrong. Now it's just running, still running. It's gonna take time. Yeah, total is nothing because my total, I have a 15th or 16th position plus the total. I have to increase one number in each, okay? So I can increase over here numbers. So this takes time basically. What happens? It needs to be make a 7. Okay, and it's all about your R&D part. It's this thing will be 8. So let's make it 8. And your total will be 15 and 16 position as I was saying. It should be 15th. Let's take the 15th. Okay, and this thing will be 17th. Now let's run this again. If you don't put break, then it's gonna be break. Okay, invoice number I got it, and invoice date I also got it. Okay. Now it is getting for the total, so it get the 1. I don't know why it has got the 1, because it can be 15th or 17th. I just have to change it. So again, I got the invoice number. Invoice number is for 3031, and the date is 2016 1000. Total is, I haven't got the total over here. So total is varying. Okay, so total is varying over here. Okay, so come on, total, give me the total. This code is running slow. Total is, again, the total blank over here. The fourth invoice, we're running the fourth invoice, and the fourth invoice, you got this one. Okay, the total is blank again. It was not able to get. In the fifth invoice, okay, the total is 1. So this is, okay, now over here in the output section, if you see, you are getting the different totals. If you see over here in the different, this is for the first invoice, your total is 1. So actually it is not 1. It is showing you this first number, the first number only. That means our position is wrong somewhere. Okay, this is, I think this is 17th and this will be 19th somewhere. Okay, so if I change the position of the number, if I change the position of the number, okay. So if the position of the number, you can just, you have to play whenever you are doing this kind of, means the PDF automation, you have to play like hell. And you can make it 19th. Okay, so let's make it 19th and run it now. Now we can just make it like, okay, let's make it from the starting 17th, 18th, and 19th. Just copy paste this all the data. So we'll get all the data which is feasible. Oh, make this 18th, 19th, and then plus it, and this one, and then make it 20. Okay, then add it. Run this. So the PDF automation always work on, okay, it's only completely work on your R&D part first. Means you have to do the R&D for that. You can't say that, okay, it is working in the first go. PDF automation is all about tricks. It's not about your, knowledge how you are doing it. Oh, I'm getting if over here. So why there is if in the total, if is there, that means it is not getting this number from the first one. Okay, it's a bit slow. Yeah, in the second one, I got the number, which is 650. In the third one, let's see, in the second one, I got the number. So in the second one, what was the number? Total number was, 650. So I got the second number. Okay, the third one, we're running. The third one is also, we got it, 92500. So we got the 92500. In the third one, come on, open. That's okay. Third one, open. Okay. Okay, so this one is done. The fourth one. Okay, in the third one also, it was correct, 92500. Close all tabs. Fourth is, the fourth one, it should be 67500. So you got 67500 and you're running the fifth one. You can close this. No. Okay, the fifth one is if. So why it is giving you if? Because you don't have an array, you don't have a number which is starting from 17. It should be start from 15th or something like that. So it all total, the total number completely depend on the position where, according to position which you gave. I gave the 17, so it started from made before some PDF it started from this, for some PDF started from this. So why it happens? So if you see the structure of all the table, different tables, okay, if I take a chance of the first table, suppose I'm taking the first one, and you see this number, and this number has a separate types, like it's 1 over here, then you have 2 digits over here, you have this one. So it makes it 2 different digits, making it 2 different structure. This is 1 and this is another second. But over here you can see this is all total, so it is 1. So you have to make sure that you are you are handling all these kind of exceptions where you have these kind of text. So you have to make sure that you are getting all the text completely with all these kind of function, means all these kind of what you can say errors, or not error, but formatting. So you have to get all that things.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which UiPath activity is specifically designed for SAP automation? Option A, click SAP. Option B, get SAP item. Option C, SAP transaction. Option D, execute SAP. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master automating tasks with SAP? Our RPA UiPath with SAP Automation course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into RPA UiPath and SAP Automation. It's like a toolbox for streamlining processes, from routine tasks to complex workflows in SAP. Our course covers everything, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly know the field. Your instructors are experienced professionals here to guide you and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course to be incredibly useful. Best part, it's super affordable. This great learning opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a pro in RPA UiPath with SAP Automation? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.